Good morning, everybody. Hey, look, the Dow is actually up a little bit. The U.S. markets opened down today a lot, but they've gone up a bunch. So the Dow, the S&P 500, and NASDAQ are all up. NASDAQ was down like 4 or 5%, and now NASDAQ is up 3%. So a big swing in the last few minutes in the U.S. markets after a really terrible day for the world markets. So what I should put on my headline is U.S. stocks up after big international stock drops. I don't know if that's the way to put this. After international markets fall. How's that? So we'll see how this goes. Maybe it's going to be a volatile day on Wall Street. So we'll have to see what happens. Because it opened up way down, the Dow, and all the U.S. indexes opened up way down. And that was only about, 45 minutes ago? Anyways, we're going to give you the latest updates here and take your comments and questions on the air. Oh, was something, hold on a second here. Was something announced? I didn't even see. I was just getting on the air. Let me check. I got to check here and see if I missed something. Trump is considering a 30-day pause on tariffs or 90-day pause on tariffs. I'm just seeing that right now. There's a report about Trump considering a pause on tariffs. Guys, Trump is considering I'm seeing this unconfirmed report. Where is it here? I'm seeing a report that Trump is considering a 90-day pause on tariffs. Now, if I can find the original source, that would be good. Where is it? I don't have the original source yet. Oh, okay. You know what? I think this is what it is. No. Where is it? This is a report that's floating around on the internet, but I don't know if it's accurate. I don't know how accurate it is. I'm just seeing it being spread around the internet right now, but I don't have the original source. And I'm wondering if that's why everything has gone up. Because I'm seeing it widely posted, but I'm seeing no original source. I mean, he didn't post it. Yeah, well, let me see what I can find on that. Yeah, everybody's just repeating this thing that supposedly Kevin Hassett, who's the director of the National Economic Council, said this, but I don't know if he really said that. So I would be cautious with this report, guys. Yeah, I mean, I'm just seeing everybody's just repeating this online, and no one's giving an original source. This is what happens sometimes, is people just start repeating stuff, and it's a poorly sourced original post. And yeah, Joe Wiesenthal, who does a podcast for Bloomberg, says, what is the actual source of the Hassett headline that's being passed around? Now, if it turns out that's not true, will we see the market go down again? Again, a bunch of people online are claiming that Trump economic advisor Kevin Hassett said that Trump is considering a 90-day pause in tariffs, but I don't actually see the original report anywhere that says that. Also, it's possible that he was doing an interview, and I mean, I saw something posted that suggested that he was asked about it in an interview, and the answer that I saw, the little bit of it, didn't say, oh, he's considering that. If that's the source, it certainly wasn't an announcement that was just made. It was a proactive question that was asked, and maybe the answer left it vague. I don't know. Anyways, I have no reliable source on this supposed report that Trump is considering a 90-day pause in tariffs. And I have a feeling, if it turns out that that report was exaggerated or not true, that you could see the market go down again. DeAndre says doing that would make him have to wipe the egg off his face. He's not doing that. Oh, Intel Doge says CNBC is still trying to confirm this news on the air. So far, says the White House has not confirmed the news. I'm out of the country, so I don't think I have my normal access to CNBC. Normally, I could just turn on CNBC and watch it, but I'm in Peru still, so I don't have the same access that I normally would. Let me just check. I might be able to pull it up here one way. Anyways, the U.S. market's opened down, and then I guess this rumor started flying around the internet that Trump was considering a 90-day pause on tariffs, but I have not seen any kind of reliable sourcing of this. Give me one moment here. Up, the Dow is negative again. Up, the Dow's going down again. Did people figure out that the rumor was not a sure thing? Is that what's happening? Look what's happening to the Dow, which is going down now. It's going down again. It's possible I can pull up CNBC here. I'll see if I can. The S&P 500 is negative again. NASDAQ is now, was up 2% or so, and now it's up 0.5%. Oh, okay. So hold on. Give me 1 second here. I just saw something about this. I just saw something that I think might have been the source for this, possibly. And let me just watch it, and then I'll give you the link. All right, so give me 1 second here. I need to pull this up, and I need to mute myself so I can watch it myself. Then I'll tell you what I'm looking at. I'm muting myself for a second so I can watch this for 2 seconds. Hang on 1 minute. Hang on about 10 more seconds. Okay, so I just posted in the chat a link to something. This is what I'd seen before. Aaron Rupar found this clip, I guess from today on CNBC, or on Fox News. It was on Fox News. And I think it was Brian Kilmeade, is that who it was? Anyways, the Fox News host asked White House advisor Kevin Hassett, would Trump consider a 90-day pause in tariffs? And in the clip I just saw, there was nothing I saw in which Hassett said yes. It certainly was not a proactive, oh, I have an announcement to make about this. I just posted there, it there in the chat for you guys, the link to this. Now, I don't know if that's the source of this rumor that Trump was considering a 90-day pause in tariffs. That's the only thing I've seen as anything close to a source, and that certainly does not back up the story. My guess is one of our viewers thinks Margin Call thinks hedge funds spun the news and grabbed a huge bump. I have no idea, but what I do know is that when that happened, the Dow became positive. Everything went up like several percent. The Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ, and now the Dow is back down to minus 1.38%. S&P 500 is now down 0.7%. Now it's 0.29%, jumping around. And NASDAQ is up 0.28%. So I got to change my headline now. Again. Make it that, and all right, so we'll keep you posted. It certainly looks like that's what happened, though. It certainly looks like people reacted to this unfounded rumor. Yeah, Jake Sherman just posted, I do not see anything here to indicate he's open to any pause, anything else. Again, this is what I talk about all the time, is people post stuff on the internet, it's poorly sourced, and people take it as true, and then they repost it and share it. And these rumors get flown around, and nobody bothers saying, wait, what's the original source? I reacted to it too. Yes, if you watch my reaction was, is this what's happening? Where's the report? And I immediately checked the report, and I'd say probably within a minute I was telling you guys, I don't see this report anywhere. Yes, that was my reaction. So I did react to it. My reaction was to check for the sources. Jeff Stein, who covers markets for the Washington Post, says, I don't think the quote exists. I want to show you what... Joe Wiesenthal said that the market went up 8% when that headline came out on the internet, poorly sourced. I don't know of any good information backing this up. When a rumor spread on the internet that Trump was considering a 90-day pause on tariffs, Joe Wiesenthal he does a co-host a podcast for Bloomberg. He said that the market went up 8% and then went down 3.5% in a matter of seconds. Harry Sound says the market is that sensitive. Well, there you go. Okay, now the U.S. markets are down. NASDAQ is now down over 1%. S&P is down over 1%. The Dow is down almost 2%. Wow, how about that was quite something. That just happened. That was quite something. One of our viewers, what is it, Theater, says winning. Hey, let me just say a quick thanks here to some people. Let me thank our moderators who are here with us. Wow, that was really something. Ruth Krafasi, Beth Mythical, Roberts Mayqueen, thanks for moderating for us. And also, hold on, I got to thank a couple more people here. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over there on X. Well, that again, this is quite something. Now the markets are way down in the U.S. We'll talk about the international markets too. I got that fire, Sarah, Papa Bear, all moderating over there on Twitch. Thank you. And hold on a moment here. We have, hang on. Why is this not acting right? What in the world? Facebook is behaving a little oddly. Let's try this again. There we go. Kay Lowry Body is modding. Thanks, Kay. Margaret Riley as well. Thank you, Margaret. All right. And a quick thanks to, shout out to Massachusetts guy for subscribing. Thank you. Also McDuff for subscribing. Thank you, McDuff. C50 Pack, thanks for subscribing. Over there on YouTube, thanks to our members, Eric Rams, Kristen, RS Pat, A to Z. Yeah, says that's why Steve wants the source. That's what basically A to Z said. Yeah, exactly. Hey, thanks Bebop and Rocksteady, who says EU saying they are ready to negotiate 0 for 0 tariffs. I haven't seen that yet, but I'll certainly look out for some headlines. Thank you, Bebop and Rocksteady. There are some various reports floating around about supposedly what certain countries want to do with negotiations. I don't know if Trump's going to negotiate. Remember, the 10% baseline tariff that the U.S. put on, I think, most countries, that's already in effect. That came into effect Saturday at 12:01 a.m. Wednesday at 12:01 a.m. That is certainly less than 48 hours from now. Wednesday at 12:01 a.m., so Tuesday night into Wednesday, is when the higher tariff rates for some countries like China come into play. Hey, thank you, Mitchell Pilot. That's when those come into effect. Thank you so much, Mitchell Pilot. I appreciate that. And also our member, Sticks and Stones, thanks for being a member. Marcus, Tullia, Cicero, Tracy, and our new member, Ghost of Kelly. Our viewer Xander says, can't wait until the higher tariffs come into effect. All right, hold on a second, just getting organized here. Oh, here is what Trump said on Truth Social today, in case you didn't see it. Where'd it go? Here. Here's what Trump said on Truth Social. Hold on, how am I doing this? There. He said, the United States has a chance to do something that should have been done decades ago. Don't be weak, don't be stupid, don't be a panickin. Don't be a panickin. A new party based on weak and stupid people. Be strong, courageous, and patient, and greatness will be the result. That was posted about an hour ago. About 5 hours ago, he said, oil prices are down, interest rates are down. By the way, oil prices are down. I've seen reported that oil prices are down because there's an anticipation that there will be reduced economic activity around the world and there will be less demand for oil. Anyways, he says oil prices are down, interest rates are down, the slow-moving Fed should cut rates, food prices are down. He says there is no inflation, and the long-time abused USA is bringing in billions of dollars a week from the abusing countries on tariffs that are already in place. This is despite the fact that the biggest abuser of them all, China, whose markets are crashing, just raised its tariffs by 34% on top of its long-term ridiculously high tariffs, plus not acknowledging my warning for abusing countries not to retaliate. They've made enough for decades, taking advantage of the good old USA. Our past, quote, leaders are to blame for allowing this and so much else to happen to our country. Make America great again. And then he posted the thing about panicins. Oh, he posted something else. He says countries from all over the world are talking to us. Tough but fair parameters are being set. Spoke to the Japanese Prime Minister this morning. He is sending a top team to negotiate. They have treated the U.S. very poorly on trade. They don't take our cars, but we take millions of theirs. Likewise, agriculture and many other things. It all has to change, but especially with China. And again, he said, don't be a panickin. The United States has a chance to do something that should have been done decades ago. Don't be weak, don't be stupid, don't be a panickin. A new party based on weak and stupid people. Be strong, courageous, and patient, and greatness will be the result. All right. Up the Dow, while I was showing you that, the Dow went down another percent. So the Dow is down. I'm going to tell you about some of the world stock market stuff. By the way, thanks to Flumpingtons for the gift subs on Twitch. Thank you, Flumpingtons. And also thanks for the bits on Twitch, Flumpingtons. Right now, the Dow is down, you can see 2.2%. S&P 500 down around 2%. NASDAQ is down around 2%. If you missed it, U.S. stocks opened down significantly, even more than this. And then all of a sudden, they went up about 8 or more percent because this rumor started getting spread around the internet, and I've seen no good evidence for this rumor to be true. But the rumor was that Trump's economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, said that Trump was considering a 90-day pause on tariffs. I have seen nothing to support that rumor. But that rumor flew around, and all of a sudden stocks went up. I'm not, 8 or more percent, I believe, but now they've just gone back down. Oh, thank you, by the way, to Brian Jeffcoat for your support. Thank you, Brian. Also, thank you to the Car Czar and Bebop and Rocksteady. The Car Czar thinks it's impossible the market can react that fast. Well, it's not just me. I was telling you what some people I follow who cover the market said. I don't know what else. If the market wasn't reacting to that, I don't know what the market was reacting to. There should be no explanation for it whatsoever. So I have to assume that the market was reacting to that. With all due respect, I do appreciate it, the Car Czar. Yes, the Car Czar, also the Car Czar says the other markets are up. Well, I'm looking at it right now. Russell 2000 is down 0.5%. Now that's less than this. The other indexes, Russell 2000 is down 0.5%. NASDAQ is down almost 2%. S&P 500 is down over 2%. But yes, I do agree with you. This is not the only index. We have this one on the screen because this is the video I have. But I am also I'm regularly updating you on the other indexes. And I think that's good to do. Thank you, the Car Czar. I appreciate it. Thank you also, Bebop and Rocksteady. It says, don't be a panin co-ken? A panin cake ken? And thanks also, Boomer Wow, who says maybe Canadians and Europeans should revise their statement about making the U.S. irrelevant. We can do this all week. I don't know what specific your statement referring to. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just want to be clear. I don't know the specific statement you're talking about. Maybe one of their leaders said something like that. But thank you, Boomer Wow, for your support. If I see it, I'll let you know. All right. I also want to talk about international markets, but you can see we've had a downswing over the last few minutes. No, you can't. Well, I don't want to. Well, I'm not going to get into that. But no, I can't. I'm not allowed to just go and. Anyways, I can't just take everything I want from the internet. Put it that way. That's not the way this works. By the way, breaking news, Rapid Response 47, which is a White House account, says that was fake news. Look at this, guys. Look at this. I follow Unusual Whales too. Hang on, let's see if I can do this. Breaking news. Wrong, fake news. So Rapid Response 47 quoted Unusual Whales. I like the Unusual Whales. I follow Unusual Whales. Which was, I mean, there were all sorts of accounts saying Trump is reportedly expecting to announce a 90-day tariff pause. I mean, there were different versions of this floating around. As I said, I saw no evidence to support any of these rumors. But Rapid Response 47 just responded to this rumor and said wrong, fake news. I mean, most of the rumors were that he was considering it. Bringo Yadinga says, if Twitter says it equals true. Well, that's the White House saying fake news. Actually, Faytuck's News mentioned that Reuters had posted something about it. Hold on a second. Maybe I can show you the story. Hold on. Yes, I have the story. Now, hold on a second. What I want to do, I need to create here a smaller version of this screen so I can keep it on the air when we show you. Let's see here. I'm doing this a little bit different today. So I want to create a smaller version of the all right, give me one moment and let me do this. I'm creating a smaller version of the stock ticker of the NYSE, of the Dow Jones average, so I can keep it on the air when I show you something else. So just give me 1 second here. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, that's good. Great. Good. Wonderful. Great. I think I just did it. I think I did what I needed to do. We'll put that there. I need about, hold on a moment here. Just need another second here. So I can fix this for you. Because then I can show you the story about the false story. Okay, that's up there. And the last thing I need to do is I need to fix this so I can click it on and off. Let's do this. Where is it here? There it is. That's it. So put that. I think we did it. All right, let's try this. Oops, there's one more thing I got to do. I did it. Steve did it. Okay. So you can see the Dow Jones right now, industrials in the corner there, right? You can see that. Wonderful. Make it a little bigger for you. Now look, see this, I think this might even be false. This says Wall Street reverses course after Hazlitt's comments on tariff pause. Well, he didn't say they were considering a pause. So Reuters has an article up that says, I'm going to tell you what it says. Wall Street's main indexes reversed course and moved sharply higher after White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett said in an interview, yeah, this is false. They should, I bet they'll take the story down. Because this says that Wall Street's main indexes reversed course and moved higher after White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett said in an interview that President Trump was considering a 90-day tariff pause on all countries except China. But they don't give a source for that in the article. The article doesn't say where the interview was. The article doesn't say any quotes from the interview. So I believe you will not be seeing the story up for very long. Oops. Hold on. I don't know why they have it up right now. It shouldn't be up there. I think maybe they wanted to get something posted about it, but that was not. I mean, normally they're quite reliable. That was not their finest moment. There was, I don't want to call the person out. There's one account that posted a tweet about this. That may have been the original person to post it. I don't know. I mean, so many people were spreading this around. But that account has now deleted its original post. But you know, this is what happens. Everything just starts getting spread around. Oh, what's going on with crypto? Hang on a moment. I want to mention crypto. So if you weren't following this weekend, Bitcoin dropped a bunch. Bitcoin was, actually, what time of day was this? I mean, about 30, I'm looking at this at around 2 a.m. on April 6th, Bitcoin was around 83,000. And then yesterday it dropped below 75,000. Now it's back up to 78,800 around there. But crypto went down a bunch this weekend. So I wanted to mention that. We haven't even talked about the international markets yet. We got to talk about that. When is Trump making an appearance? He's making some appearance. Isn't he doing it with the Dodgers today? Okay, hang on a moment here. I got to pull this up on the screen so I can see it. Now, by the way, Trump is doing a press conference today with Bibi Netanyahu. I think that's like at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, at 11 Eastern, oh, this is almost started. Maybe I can show this. The president participates in a visit with the 2024 world champion Los Angeles Dodgers. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up on the screen. Trump is supposed to appear with the Dodgers. We have to watch this. Maybe he'll say something about the stock market. All right, give me 2 seconds here. Let me just do this. Need to get this organized for you. Why is this not working? I think we're going to see Trump in a little bit. Yes. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. All right, I got to pull this up on the screen here for you. We got to get ready to show this. Trump coming up with the Dodgers. Get ready. Let me just see something here. Oh, I'll do it this way. All right, give me 2 seconds. Let me just fix this for you. I need to do it this way. Done. I think it's done. Why is that like that? Oh, okay. Yes, I have it. I'm on. All right. So as soon as that's going, I'm going to show that to you. Oops, hold on. That's not what I want to show you. I want to show you this. Okay, so in a moment, we're going to have President Trump live from the White House with the Los Angeles Dodgers. So get ready for that. Sorry, it's a little complex with everything going on. Thank you to Ernest Connell, who says, rich people using Reuters to manipulate market. That's what Ernest Connell says. Thank you, Ernest. Thank you also, Mark, our new member. Hey, thanks so much to, I'm not going to be able to read this right. I think it's in Cyrillic. I'm sorry, I can't read the name. It begins with A and it ends with K. But thank you so much. Who says, how can a rumor get released and move trillions of liquidity and no one is going to be held responsible? Look, I mean, you know, the Reuters was not the source of the rumor. The Reuters story I showed you was a story that was posted after the market had already gone up. That was not the reason the market went up. It was these accounts that are not. I did not see any. I didn't even see a report by CNBC posted. I think CNBC said they were checking it out. It was just like private people, or maybe one private person, who had said something, and then everybody just starts repeating it on the internet. But this is what happens. But, you know, look, if you are buying all that information, then the burden is on you to check it out and make sure it's coming from a good source. Hey, thanks R.A. Clark for your support, who thinks it's temporary pain for long-term gain. Don't be a panicking. Grumpy Explorer says, why are riot fences back up at the White House? I don't know if there's fencing up there. I have not heard a single report at all saying any new fencing is at the White House. I've seen nothing up to saying such a thing. If I see it, I'll let you know. I've not seen a single report saying that. Thank you, Grumpy Explorer, and also our new member, Diane, and also Patty Takes Photos. Is the Dodgers visit America's Swan Lake? Wow, Patty. Thank you, Patty Takes Photos. Hey, right now, you know, S&P is back up in positive territory. NASDAQ is up in positive territory. NASDAQ is up 0.5%. S&P is about even. S&P 500. Russell 2000 is down 2%. It's a volatile day so far on Wall Street. We are waiting any moment now for President Trump to appear at the White House with the Los Angeles Dodgers, which I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you this. We'll be taking more of your comments. CNBC had talked about this on the air. I'm seeing a clip that I believe. Yeah, I'm looking at a clip of CNBC talking about that headline about Trump, which turned out to just be false. By headline, I mean like individuals, not even major news outlets posting it on X. But CNBC talked about it. I'm watching it right now. Hold on. I'm going to see what they said. Yeah, CNBC discussed that on the air. Stephen Fowler, who I follow, just posted a clip of CNBC discussing this and reacting to it without. They say they say it, and then a few seconds later they say we're trying to source that exactly. So I think they could have, they did kind of immediately question it on CNBC, but when they first brought it up, they didn't right away. So anyways, they did it a few seconds later, and I don't know if it. You could argue that it was not a great choice of them to even mention it on the air when there was no good sourcing for it. I'm going to post a link to that clip of the CNBC clip of them talking about it that Stephen Fowler posted. If you missed it, oh, hold on a second here. Yes. So White House Communications, White House Director of Communications Stephen Chung also denied this rumor. If you missed it, there was this rumor that came out. Rumor. You can see. And Newsmax, now, Newsmax even just posted this version of the rumor, even though it's not true. Newsmax said Wall Street's main indexes reversed course and moved sharply higher after White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett said in an interview that President Trump was considering a 90-day tariff pause on all countries except China. I don't believe I have not seen any evidence that Kevin Hassett actually said that in an interview. And Stephen Chung, who is White House communications director, just came out and said, not true, nobody can point to a transcript because it was never said. So the market went up like something like 8% all of a sudden, and then it went down. It's kind of odd because that Newsmax post is from 10 minutes ago. Any moment now, we will hear from President Trump at the White House, where the Los Angeles Dodgers are visiting him today. So I'm keeping an eye. I don't want to miss the start of that. Oh, hold on. I have it. I have it for you. Let me get it on the air for you. Hang on. Let's do this the right. Let's see if I can get this on the air. There it is. Okay. And we'll get rid of that. And now we have to do that. Oh my gosh. Look at it's live, the White House. Hold on a second. That's a little too big, that text. Let me see if I can shrink that text for you. Oh, you're not hearing it. Hold on. Is the sound off? I think the sound is off. Hold on. I need to get the sound on. Where is... I think it might be muted. We're not hearing the sound coming from there. We need to be hearing the sound. So let me figure this out. There's another way I can do this, but why? I'm doing this a different way today, and for some reason, the sound... All right, let me try something else. It's weird. There's something... All right, hang on a moment. Let's see if this works. Okay, that's working. Hang on a moment. Hold on. Hang on. Hang on. You guys can hear me, right? All right, the Dodgers, Trump is appearing at the White House with the Dodgers, with the Los Angeles Dodgers. So we have this for you. Now, why isn't it working the other way? Check out one other thing here. Somebody's about to speak. No one's speaking yet. This is Trump appearing with the Los Angeles Dodgers. People quieted down, then they started speaking again.
Audio check 1 2, check 1 2.
Audio check, audio check.
Check 1 2. Last audio check for press. Main cam, you all getting me? Natalie, you getting me in the back? Check 1 2 3 4. Hey, hey, check 1 2, check 1 2. Louisa, you getting audio on the ground for you? Check 1 2 3 4 5. Andrew, you getting audio? Mary, audio? You guys getting audio? Check 1 2 3 4 5 6. Head on camera. Check 1 2 2 2 2 2 2. No, it shouldn't be. Does it sound like it? Can we make sure that ambient is down? Bring ambient down while we're checking the main mic. Check 1 2, check 1 2.
Give me 1 second.
Check
here.
1 2. That's better. Okay, that's good.
There we go.
Head on camera, you all good? Check 1 2. Thank you, sir. Luis, are you good in the foyer? Check. Hey, 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 hey. Audio check 1 2. Thank you, sir. Main cam is good. Cuts cam is good. Check 1 2 3 4 3 4. It's not. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Okay, thank you.
We are showing you the White House right now. Oh, hold on. I gotta put it back up on the screen. The other thing. Where is the other thing? Hang on a moment here. I gotta get the. Give me a moment here. Let me get the ticker back up on the screen for you. Sorry about that. Oh no, that's not going to work. Hold on, I got to get the ticker back. I'll get the ticker back for you. Give me one moment and I'll get the ticker back. It's all happening here. There. The ticker is back. Now what's happened? They just switched the camera. Oh, hold on. What I'll probably do is switch the feed to the White House feed when it actually starts, because the White House has a feed too. Thanks for your patience as we wait for this. Sorry, I just don't want to miss the start of it. So, and it's a little bit of a technical challenge to do all this stuff at once, the way I'm doing it today. So, I'm just making sure I'm doing the best I can to just get you the video and the audio right now. Then we'll talk about everything after. We'll take more of your comments and everything. Hey, a quick thanks to PZ Papa Zulu for your support. PZ Papa Zulu and Lola P and Dodger Blue and Diane. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Again, any moment now, President Trump will host the LA Dodgers at the White House. The Dow Jones is now down almost 2%. World stock markets took a big dive this previous day today. We'll talk about that a little later after this. S&P 500 down 2.2%. NASDAQ down 2%. Russell 2000 barely down 0.03%. I see the door opening. I see people at the door. Again, any moment now. The Dow is now down, as one of our viewers said, Aurelian Motis, getting close to 1,000 points. Will Trump comment on the stock market or tariffs in this appearance with the Dodgers? One of our viewers said he must, another viewer said no. Gary says, I doubt it. I'm not going to do a poll right now. It's going to take it might take too much time, and I don't want to interfere with I don't want to be doing the poll while he's coming in. Check for any big breaking news here. Hold on a second. I think we might have some more news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Can you guys hear me? I'm going to read you something. I'm going to put something on the screen right now for you. President Trump posted on Truth Social, guys, a new threat, I think, about China tariffs. President Trump is threatening 50% more tariffs on China. Breaking news. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Look at this. You're going to see it on your screen. He says, yesterday China issued retaliatory tariffs of 34% on top of their record-setting tariffs and massive long-term currency manipulation, despite my warning that any country that retaliates against the U.S. by issuing additional tariffs above and beyond their already existing long-term tariff abuse for our nation will be immediately met with substantially new and higher tariffs over and above those initially set. Therefore, if China does not withdraw its 34% increase above their already long-term trading abuses by tomorrow, April 8th, 2025, the U.S. will impose additional tariffs of 50% on China effective April 9th. Breaking news. Trump threatens additional 50% tariffs on China. Oh my gosh, guys, breaking news. Additionally, all talks concerning their requested meetings with us, China's requested meetings with us will be terminated. Negotiations with other countries which have already requested meetings will begin taking place immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Trump, oh my gosh, Trump just threatened 50% tariffs on China 7 minutes ago. That would be a total of 84% just new tariffs. No, because, yes, no, yeah, 84% from so far with Trump, because so far it's, no, it'd be 104%. Because Trump had put 20% tariffs on China in the first couple months, then he put 34% more, which is supposed to come into effect April 9th, and that would be 50% on top of that. Big breaking news. We were talking about this, I think on Friday, and saying, will he retaliate if other countries retaliate? Will the stock market react to this? How is the stock market going to react to this? Is it going to go down more? Because that's really soon. That's like in another day and a half. And I have a hard time thinking that China is just going to remove their retaliation. You know that, guys? I don't know that China is going to just say, okay, we're going to take away our retaliation tariffs. And what will China raise their tariffs in response? One of our viewers said the market's becoming numb to this. Oh my gosh, guys. Trump threatens more tariffs. Bebop and Rocksteady says, what is happening here? Oh, I know what I have to do. Bebop and Rocksteady says, says market has barely moved on this, unlike an hour ago. We'll see what happens. I don't know if maybe the market's just figuring it out. Thank you, Bebop and Rocksteady, for your support. He just posted this. He posted this 10 minutes ago. Maybe this event is delayed because Trump was posting about the 50% tariff threat. Hey, thank you, Dina Soul, for the gift memberships. Thanks to all of our moderators. The Dow is down. Okay. just to update you, we got the Dow is going down, now over 1,000 points down. Again, President Trump saying if China does not withdraw its 34% retaliation tariff by tomorrow, Trump will put 50% more tariffs on China on Wednesday. He posted it on Truth Social. S&P 500 down 2%. NASDAQ down 1.73%. This seems pretty important. I'm surprised. Now, maybe the market is reacting positively to Trump saying negotiations with other countries will begin taking place immediately. Maybe the market is reacting positively to that. Wow. All right, hang on a moment here. Hey, thank you, Flacco, for your support. Thank you, Flacco. Thanks also Big Sky, who says terrifying. Big Sky, thank you for your support. Thanks to all of our moderators. Okay, the Dow is now down almost 3%. Again, I believe the additional 50% tariff on China would come into play on Wednesday at 12:01 a.m., I assume. So on Wednesday, we could have 84% additional tariffs on China. Now, will China respond to this? Will China say, okay, we're going to put more tariffs on you? Tater Mong says probably. Some of our viewers say probably. Again, I do think maybe the market is seeing a positive in this post about Trump saying negotiations with other countries will begin taking place immediately. Zozo thinks China will raise tariffs 100%. Wow. We'll have to see what China does. We're still waiting for Trump. I think this event was supposed to start a half hour ago. By the way, at 2:30 Eastern Time, Trump is supposed to give a press conference with Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. Crazy, crazy, crazy news. And remember, I assume the 50% on China, but all the other, those big tariffs on different countries, like the 34% on China, that comes into effect tomorrow night. Well, it's actually technically Wednesday morning at 12:01 a.m., but basically tomorrow night. We'll be doing live tariff countdown coverage tomorrow night. The Dow is down over 1,000 points now. S&P 500 down almost 2%, NASDAQ down 1.6%, Russell 2000 down 2.25%. Thank you, PZ Papazulu, who says that I have never seen Trump blink, much less back down. That's what PZ Papazulu says. Thank you, PZ Papazulu. Thanks for moderating, Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi, Danny James. Thank you so much to all of our moderators. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Hang on one sec here. Thanks to our moderators. The camera's moving. I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Tariag on Twitch. Thanks also Tex Brit for subscribing on Twitch, Annie Cush for subscribing on Twitch, Warlord Wolf for subscribing on Twitch, and also our Facebook moderators, Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, any other moderators I might be missing as well. Thank you to our moderators. Thanks Sharon Klassen Goslin for subscribing on Facebook, and Robert Rial II, and our other Facebook subscribers, Kay and Margaret too. Update here, Adam Classfield reports that the Fourth Circuit refused to pause an order forcing the Trump administration to return Maryland father Kilmar Abrigo Garcia back to the U.S. before midnight tonight from El Salvador. But the Supreme Court might weigh in on it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. It's the Dodgers.
Champion! Let's go!
Or we're waiting for President Trump. The Dodgers are there. Shohei Ohtani is there. Mookie Betts is there. President Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, accompanied by Mark Walter, owner and chairman of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, accompanied by Mark Walter, owner and chairman of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
That's a good-looking group. I see some people oftentimes, like politicians behind me, it's not so pretty. That is a very good-looking group of people. And I'm thrilled to welcome to the White House and very special people, actually, very talented people, the 2024 World Series champion, the Los Angeles Dodgers. And I want to congratulate you on a legendary season, and I watched it very closely. Some of those teams were home teams, and you did a big number. You're really amazing how it all came out and how it all ended. With us today is Dodgers owner and chairman Mark Walter. Thank you very much, Mark. Congratulations. President Stan Kasten, one of the greatest managers of the really ever to wear the Dodger blue, Dave Roberts. What a time he's had. That's great. What a job. I think he would have lasted even with George Steinbrenner, right? I love George, but he was very quick. He would, you lose 2 games and you were fired, right? Great job, Dave. Also want to recognize Secretary of Agriculture. We have some great people, Brooke Rollins, who, when I came to office, they said the eggs are gone through the roof. Eggs. I said, what the hell are they talking about? I was there for 4 days, and they were blaming me for eggs, and they've gone up like 6 times or something, some record number. You couldn't get them. And I gave it to Brooke, and I just saw the other day they're down 73%. Right? That's pretty good. And the press doesn't mention that. Nobody talks about it, so but I know. Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez DeRimmer. Thank you. Congratulations. The Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, who's a big Dodger fan, by the way. Susie, thank you. And we have also Representatives Kevin Kiley, Congressman Kevin Kiley, Young Kim. Thank you. Congratulations. Great job. Jay Olbernolte. Jay. Thanks, Jay. Nanette Barragan. Nanette, hi, Nanette. Oh, look at that, huh? What nice outfit. One of my favorite people, Gus Bilirakis, Congressman. Hi, Gus. Addison McDowell, new to the Congress, but doing a great job. Thank you, Addison. A real good baseball player and a friend of mine, Roger Williams. Great job. And another new congressman, but he's been there a long time in a mental sense because he has really done a job and he knows Congress very well. He was with me for 7 years. Brian Jack. Brian, congratulations, Brian. And others. We have a couple of senators here. I just don't particularly like them, so I won't introduce. Over the course of this amazing season, the members of this team I didn't think it was that big a deal, actually. Washington. Over the course of this amazing season, the members of this team gave us some of the most incredible performances ever seen in the baseball diamond. In all of baseball history, only 6 players have ever hit 40 home runs and stolen 40 bases in a single season. And an elite group known as the 40-40 Club. It's a 40-40 club, and very few people make it. But unanimous National League MVP, Shohei Ohtani. Looks like a movie star. He's got a good future, I'm telling you. He shattered all of those records last year. Think of it, all of them. And he did something even more because he became the first ever member of the 50-50 club. So 40-40 is top. Hitting 54 home runs and 59 steals, and accomplished an accomplishment unparalleled in 149 years of Major League Baseball. Think of that. That's just incredible. Even more incredibly, Shohei clinched that achievement in what some have called the greatest game ever. Was it that good of a game? That was a pretty good game, actually, right there? Is he good?
It's only getting better.
And he's getting better.
Getting better.
That's scary for a lot of people, huh? Even more incredibly, Shohei clinched the achievement. I mean, it really was, and at a time that, at an age that nobody ever thought was possible. On September 19th, 2024, he did the unthinkable by going 6 for 6. This is a pretty amazing. I didn't realize it was that good. I saw that game, 6 for 6 against the Marlins with 3 homers, 10 RBIs, and a pair of stolen bases. Other than that, it was not a great game. How many people have gone 6 for 6? Very much, right?
Maybe a dozen.
Maybe a dozen. Amazing. As you know, the Dodgers were down a lot of talent on the mound last season due to injury. The resilient group used 40 different pitchers, the most ever by an eventual World Series championship team. They had to go and get them. I don't know how they got them and where they got them, but they got them because they won. I know you especially miss the heart and soul of the pitching staff, Clayton Kershaw, who is really fantastic. these are the best-looking people I've ever seen. It's incredible. But Clayton has been unbelievable, and if you look at his records and you look at the stamina, the endurance that he's had, and we're really happy to have him. I'm glad to meet him. I've watched him for a long time. He's a young guy yet, but you are a young guy, but I've watched you for a long time. So congratulations, amazing. All year, the Dodgers faced down adversity. You entered the playoffs battered and bruised, but not broken. When you ran out the healthy arms, you ran out of really healthy. They had great arms, but they ran out. It's called sports. It's called baseball in particular, and pitchers, I guess you could say, in really particular. But the starting rotation during the National League Division Series, this scrappy Dodgers bullpen shut out the Padres, saved the season, and forced Game 5. Then key players battled back from midseason injuries to help deliver the National League pennant, including superstars Mookie Betts. Oh, is he good?
Good looking.
Mookie, that guy can play, can't he? I mean, unbelievable. You really, Mookie is, I've been watching it. I don't want to say I watched him when he was on Boston, but I did. I didn't think that was a particularly good trade when they made it, and I happened to be right. And Max Muncy, I want to congratulate Max. Max. Come here, Max. His arms are very strong when I touch them. I'm used to shaking politicians and hitting their armors like Jell-O, and now it's like steel. All these guys, but Max, that's great, and also Yoshi Yamamoto. Yoshi. Wow, what great athletes. And, of course, series MVP, Tommy Edman. That was an MVP series. It's a good feeling, right? With all these guys, you're the guy, right? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a lot of talent you had to beat out there for the MVP, but they all had an incredible. Tommy was 407 with 11 RBIs in 6 games. That's not bad, right? That's not bad. Great job. When it counted, too. Next game, the blockbuster World Series against another iconic team known as the New York Yankees. I love the Yankees. George was a great friend of mine. He had very few friends, but he was. And if you want to sit for 9 innings with a game watching the Yankees play with George, you were exhausted by the end of the game. It was actually hard work, but we love George. And they're doing a good job, and they're doing well this season, and you're already 9-2. And so you're doing a good job. Maybe you see the same thing over again. In Game 1 of the World Series, Freddie Freeman, on a sprained ankle. He's a great player with a broken finger and a broken rib, channeled Kirk Gibson's legendary walk-off home run in Game 1 of the 1988 World Series. That was a game that pretty much everybody remembers. He could hardly swing the bat, but he swung it one time, and it was a shot. On the first pitch Freddie saw in the bottom of the 10th, he hit an unforgettable walk-off grand slam home run, the first in World Series history. It's amazing. The Dodgers rode the momentum to win 2 of their next 3 games, placing them on the verge of baseball immortality in a dramatic Game 5, down 5 runs on the top of the 5th. That was a strange inning, I'll tell you, for those Yankee fans. But I'm not saying I was a Yankee fan, because I love these people behind me. But down 5 runs in the top of the 5th with 2 outs and the bases loaded, the Dodgers gave us one of the grittiest half-inning World Series events, showings that anybody's ever seen. Mookie started the rally by beating out a routine ground ball to first, which he's fast as hell. I don't know how the hell you can. Having that speed isn't that a great thing? I played baseball, but I was sort of slow. I wasn't fast. Driving in the phenomenal Kike Hernandez. Where's Kike? It's a hell of a group. Then Freddie drove in 2 more runs, and Teoscar Hernandez drove in another couple of runs. That's a group. Teoscar, so you're doing well this season too? A little bit. Yes, that's what I heard. That's what I heard. After a few dominant innings from Blake Trainin. Where's Blake? I heard dominant, right? That's dominant. Great job, Blake. And the team was crowned the World Series champion against a great team. The Yankees are a great team and always a great franchise. And I guess, I don't know, like 28 or something. They've won a lot, probably, maybe more than any team in history overall. And you might be catching them pretty soon if you keep going. You've got little ways to go, I guess. The scouting report at the start of the series said that the Dodgers could win by focusing on the fundamentals, and that's exactly what they did. You showed America that it's not about individual glory. It's about the team digging deep and sprinting right through first base, and you did that all the time. I watch some games. I love baseball. I don't get to watch as much as I'd like, but you always see a spirit on this team. I think a lot of that has to do with the ownership and the management, frankly. But you see a spirit on the Dodgers that you don't see with a lot of teams. A lot of teams I turn on, I say, oh, let's forget it. When I turn on the Dodgers, I like to watch the team. And now that I've gotten to meet these guys personally, I like it even more. I'm going to like it even more, and you're off to a great start. After seeing how successfully you've begun the season, I can tell you that you can plan on being back here. I hope you're going to be back here next year. I don't want to give you too much because we want to have a little suspense for next year, but I will tell you, we're going to go down. We're going to do something we don't do generally. We're going to run them down really fast. Have a game today? Do you have a game today or tonight? We're going to run them down to the Oval Office, and we're going to show them the fabled Oval Office, and there's nothing like it. And this wonderful owner, one of the greatest owners in sports, by the way, from everything I've heard, one of the greatest owners in sports, along with your other compatriots, right, fellas? It's a great team of owners, and that's very important. But he said they'd love it, and I think he'd like to do it himself. So we'll get out of here, and we will run. We'll sprint down, and we'll see the Oval Office, which is really something to see, you know? It's funny. People come from all over, the biggest people, the richest people, the most powerful people, and they come and they go into the Oval Office and they just stare. Oh, wow, that's something. They all have beautiful offices. They have offices that are the best in the world in many cases, but they love the Oval Office. So with all of that, I'd like to now introduce you to the Dodgers chairman, Mark Walter, to say a few words, and then we're going to follow that up with Clayton, who's going to say a couple of things, and that's a great representative of a great team. Thank you very much. Mark, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We're very pleased to participate in the tradition of bringing champions to the White House. Last season was an incredible season. We won the World Series. Second time in 2020, and since 2020, and only 8 times in our seasons, our history. We played in front on television. Our global following has soared, and not only from Shohei Ohtani, but also from Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Clayton Kershaw, and many, many more. Alongside this on-field success, we have been deeply immersed in our community. Our players and managers have supported have each had foundations and support for communities. Our trust last year has committed $100 million to help Chicago or LA fire. And so on behalf of the organization, I want to thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, wow, this is an incredible honor for me, and to stand here today representing the Los Angeles Dodgers and this group of staff and players behind me today. The 2024 Los Angeles Dodgers season is one that will go down the history books, always holding a special place in the hearts of myself and those there with me, as well as millions of Dodger fans around the world. This organization exemplifies what it means to come together as one for a greater purpose and to represent something so much bigger than themselves. The selflessness and humility that each one of these players and staff have shown over the last year is truly an inspiration. They have constantly played hurt, switched positions, and taken the ball to put the team first. As a spectator for our championship run last year, I was in awe of this group. Their unwavering confidence, coupled with the selfless pursuit for team excellence, was an inspiration. That is why I'm so grateful to get to speak today on their behalf, as I know none of them would say this about themselves. Moving forward, I hope the 2024 Dodgers can serve as an inspiration to many like they were to me, not just in sports, but in life, remembering to put others before ourselves. It moves a team and a society forward. So thank you for allowing me to speak today, because the story of the 2024 World Series champion Los Angeles Dodgers is a true joy to get to tell, and it's because of the extraordinary people that are behind me and their incredible pursuit of excellence. Thank you. And Mr. President, we have a gift for you as well.
Oh, I like that. Wow. Ooh, I like that. Come on, Mark.
Oh, they're going to move.
They're moving the podium. All right, there you go. That was the LA Dodgers visiting the White House. He did not talk about the stock market. All right, now I got to get back to what we were doing before. Hang on a moment. Let me get everything back to where it was before. So that was, I got to do it this way. All right, put that there. We'll put this there. I know that's frozen. But hold on a second. It won't be frozen for long. What is this there? I need to get the get rid of that. We need big. I want that. Hold on a second here. Oh, I know what we're doing. Okay. Here we go. I think we're ready to get you back to the full screen. We need the full screen of the ticker. I know the ticker is currently stuck. Give me one moment. Let me get unstuck the ticker. There we go. Okay, that's good. We did that. We're good to go there. I'm hearing some audio I don't want to be hearing. So we got to make sure, we got to get rid of that audio. Where is that coming from? Let's get rid of that audio and we can continue. It's not coming from there. It's not coming from there. Oh, I think I know where it's coming from. Hold on. There, maybe? There. Hang on. I know we're still hearing a little weird audio, but we almost have everything fixed. Where is that coming from? Hold on. Not coming from there, not coming from there, not coming from there. It's mystery audio. We got some mystery audio. Very strange. Oh, okay. So we'll continue here. That audio wasn't there before, though. There's only so many places it could be coming from. Try one more thing here. Let's try one more thing. That's really weird. No, it's not. It's not coming from the ticker because I have the audio off on the ticker. That's the thing. There's somewhere else it's coming from. Let me see if I figure it out. It's not coming from there. There's clearly somewhere else it's coming from. There must be something open on my computer where I'm just not seeing it. This is what always happens. And then I'm like, oh, I had that thing open. But I feel like I'm looking at everything. There's one other thing I think I can do here. Let's see. Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's really weird. It's like picking it up from the mic? Testing 1, 2. Oh, I see. I think we're good. I think we're good now. I think I see what happened. I think I fixed it. Okay, so let's get back to what we were talking about before. So we've been on the air. As you can see, the Dow is down almost 2% now. And sorry for that delay in fixing it. S&P 500 is down 1.5%. NASDAQ is down 1.2%. Russell 2000 is down 1%. This comes after a day when a lot of the world markets went down a lot. We'll talk about that. But in case you missed it, President Trump said he is going to put 50% more tariffs, additional tariffs on China on Wednesday if they don't withdraw their 34% reciprocal tariff by tomorrow. President Trump just posted that less than an hour ago, and I'll show you his post here. So what I need to do is show it to you here and this. Okay. So you can see President Trump said yesterday China issued retaliatory tariffs of 34% on top of their already record-setting tariffs, non-monetary tariffs, illegal subsidization of companies, and massive long-term currency manipulation, despite my warning that any country that retaliates against the U.S. by issuing additional tariffs above and beyond their existing long-term tariff abuse of our nation will be immediately met with new and substantially higher tariffs over and above those initially set. Therefore, if China does not withdraw its 34% increase above their already long-term trading abuses by tomorrow, April 8th, 2025, the United States will impose additional tariffs on China of 50% effective April 9th. Additionally, all talks with China concerning their requested meetings with us will be terminated. Negotiations with other countries which have also requested meetings will begin taking place immediately. I think some investors are seeing that as good news. Thank you for your attention to this matter. We don't even know. At some times, President Trump says things suggesting that and his administration say things suggesting that he's not going to back down on the tariffs and that there won't be any, there won't be any kind of agreements, and the tariffs will definitely come into force. And other times, there's suggestions there will be negotiations and there might be deals. So we don't know what's happening. But what I can tell you is by 12:01 a.m. on Wednesday mornings, that's Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, that's when the bigger tariffs on various countries are supposed to come into effect. By the way, just to remind you guys, I am still in Lima, Peru. So please, I ask for your understanding in any kind of technical difficulties we might have. I know the broadcast might not look and sound like it normally does. I'm doing my best here to bring you coverage while I am in Lima, Peru. Okay, so that's going on, and I want to take some comments from you guys, and I want to talk about the international situation with the international markets. But that would be 50% on top of the 20% Trump has already put on China the first 2 months of his administration, and the 34% that's supposed to happen on Wednesday. Anthony Surplus thinks 50% is too low. Thank you to Mama Dukes NY for being a member. Hang on a moment here. Thanks also Tim Glenn, who says, no crying in the casino, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, ask to speak to this manager. He's talking about the stock market being down. Thank you, Tim. Thanks also Missouri Mahler and Mitchell Pilot. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. Missouri Mahler says, imagine being a U.S. citizen and rooting against the strategy working to force allies to negotiate their tariffs down on us, down to zero. It's a little, now there have been different motivations put forward by Trump in the White House about this. Sometimes President Trump says things saying that the goal of this is to bring manufacturing back to the U.S., but sometimes he seems to suggest that the goal is to lessen the tariffs on the U.S. All right, let's get the back. Now we got this big. The Dow is now down over 2%. It's both? Well, Becky says it's both. I don't see how it can be both. I don't see how, if you negotiate deals with other countries so that they bring down their tariffs and the U.S. gets rid of their tariffs, then what's the motivation? If there's no tariffs on the other countries anymore, then what's the motivation for them to bring their manufacturing to the U.S.? So I don't see how both goals can be the goal. All right, let's get some more updates here. Is there a new statement by a White House? Hold on. By the way, President Trump is, we're going to have video of President Trump a little later on. President Trump is meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu today at 1 Eastern time. And they're going to be doing, so what they're going to do is, I'm looking at the White House pool report. So I know that the press conference with Netanyahu is scheduled with Trump and Netanyahu is scheduled for 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. They're going to do a thing. I think they're going to meet in the Oval Office in front of the press at 2 Eastern time. I think, because if they do, we should have video from that as well. So, if my guess is that there'll be video of President Trump and Netanyahu in the Oval Office, maybe taking questions first, and then they'll do the press conference. But the press conference is scheduled for 2:30 Eastern time. Netanyahu is the first foreign minister to visit D.C. to discuss the tariffs. First foreign leader, I'm sorry. And one moment here. Where is the international stock stuff? I want to show you something about international stocks. Here's something. European shares plummet to 16-month low on trade war gloom. This is from Reuters. They say European shares today, oops, you can't see what I'm looking at. Now you can. European shares plunged to a 16-month low today as investors grappled with the possibility of a recession after U.S. President Trump showed no signs of letting up in his aggressive trade war. The Pan-European Stock 600 index slumped almost 6%, down for the fourth straight session and on track for its steepest one-day percentage decline since the COVID pandemic. This article looks like it was maybe written before they closed. Trade-sensitive Germany's benchmark index drove 6.1%, among the worst-hit markets in the euro area. At one point, it was down more than 20% from its March all-time closing high. Over the weekend, Trump told reporters that investors would have to take their medicine, and he would not do a deal with China until the U.S. trade deficit was sorted out, sparking a fresh wave of selling in Asian markets. And then I talked about what the Asian markets did. Here, look. As an example from Asia, Hong Kong shares suffered the steepest decline since 1997. State fund steps in China shares. It seems like there's something missing there. This is from Reuters as well. They say Hong Kong shares experienced their biggest drop since 1997 Monday, after Beijing fired back at U.S. tariffs with its own trade levies, deepening market turmoil and fears of a widening trade war, while China's sovereign wealth fund intervened to stabilize local shares. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index slumped 13.2%, the biggest one-day decline since 1997, with shares of tech, solar, banking, and online retailers plunging as investors swiftly pulled out of anything linked to global growth and trade. China's CSI 300 blue chip index ended lower by 7%. As Central Huijin, or the so-called national team of state-backed investors, said in the afternoon session that it has increased holdings of Chinese stocks to defend market stability. Basically, the state stepping in to keep prices up on the stock market. The intensifying spat between the world's two biggest economies threatens to upend trade flows, and besides hitting Chinese earnings, is also expected to drive a slowdown in global demand at a time of stuttering growth in China. The Hang Seng Tech Index plunged by 17%, marking its worst single-day performance since records began. That index was down 27% in a month. Chinese mainland indexes of solar companies and household appliance makers notched losses of around 10%. And then it wasn't just China. Look at this. Taiwan stocks plummet in biggest one-day drop on record after U.S. tariffs. This is from Reuters as well. Taiwan stocks plummeted about 10% today, the biggest one-day percentage fall on record in the first trading since the U.S. tariffs were announced last week. With Taiwan's president taking to X to pledge a golden age of shared prosperity with the U.S., Taiwan, hit with a 32% tariff by Trump, was singled out by President Trump as among the U.S. trading partners with one of the highest trade surpluses with the country. After resuming trade on Monday following market holidays on Thursday and Friday, Taiwan's benchmark stock index plunged to its lowest level in more than a year. President Lai Ching-te said on Sunday that the island would buy more from and invest more in the United States with the aim of a zero tariff regime between the two. Writing in English on his X account, Lai reiterated he did not seek retaliatory tariffs and that we'll start talking from bilateral zero tariffs. He said to ensure Taiwan's competitiveness, we'll increase U.S. imports and adopt other measures. Working together will usher in a golden age of shared prosperity. Taiwan has long sought a free trade deal with the United States, Reuters says. Will there be some kind of deal between the U.S. and Taiwan? I got to check some comments here. So world markets down, U.S. markets down right now. Currently, we are at over 2% down on the Dow after big drops on Thursday and Friday. S&P 500 down 1.66%, NASDAQ down 1.48%, Russell down 1.55%. One of our viewers just mentioned the EU. Maybe I can pull up something about that. Here's an update about the EU, right here. EU prefers negotiation on U.S. tariffs, but readies first retaliation, says Reuters. The European Commission said today it had offered a 0-for-0 tariff deal to avert a trade war with U.S. President Trump, as EU ministers agreed to prioritize negotiations while striking back with targeted countermeasures next week. The EU faces 25% import tariffs on steel and aluminum and cars, and broader tariffs of 20% starting Wednesday for almost all other goods. Many ministers from the EU said the priority was to launch negotiations to remove Trump's tariff rather than fight them. By the way, Trump's top trade advisor on Monday dismissed Elon Musk's push for zero tariffs between the U.S. and Europe, calling the Tesla CEO a car assembler reliant on parts from other countries. The EU Trade Commissioner said, while the EU remains open to and strongly prefers negotiation, we will not wait endlessly, saying the EU would push ahead with countermeasures and steps to avoid floods of diverted imports. The EU is set to approve this week an initial set of countermeasures on up to $28 billion of imports from the U.S., ranging from dental floss to diamonds, in response to Trump's steel and aluminum tariffs rather than the broader levies. But Trump has threatened a 200% counter tariff on EU alcoholic drinks if the EU goes ahead with an earmarked 50% duty on U.S. bourbon. The EU is expected to produce a larger package of countermeasures by the end of April as a response to U.S. car and broader tariffs. So we'll see what the EU does. Sounds like they want to try to negotiate, but they're preparing other measures. As you can see, the headline says. Randy Wernick, our viewer, says everyone needs to read the room. Miss Amy thinks stocks were way overvalued. We're going to have shortly, we're going to have video of Netanyahu arriving at the White House. Very shortly. Let me see something here. Why is this? Let me do a quick test here of something. Hopefully this works. You're going to see me for a second. Are you going to hear audio when you see this? I bet you're not going to. Let's see here. What was I going to put here? No, for some reason when I do that way, the audio does not come through. I'll have to do this the other way when I show you Netanyahu. Thank you also, Mark, our new member. Yeah, you're not hearing audio. Okay, we got to do it the other way. I got to figure out after the stream how to fix that. Anyways, that aside. Oh, hold on. I got video for you. I have live video from the White House. Here's to give me 1 moment here. Let me pull up the live video from the White House. Hang on a second here. I need, where is that? This here, and I need to pull it up which way? There, no, there, good. I need to fix this graphic. One moment, please. 1 moment, please. Okay, so how are we going to do this? We're going to do it this way. That goes there. That goes there. Okay, there's the White House, and we're awaiting the arrival of Netanyahu. Can I get audio here? I bet I can. You'll hear it in a second.
I guess he's to the side of me, so yeah, but the AP guy gets hosed. Oh, I won't be able to get him rolling in though. That's gonna suck. I thought he was standing over there.
All right, Netanyahu is about to arrive at the White House.
No, I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about the military. No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'll wait.
We're doing our best to make sure you guys have the opportunity.
No, I understand. I just wanted to work. I want to work with you. So yeah. That's perfect. That's the jam, man. I appreciate it.
We all got a job to do. I understand. We're trying to help you out. One team, right?
Trust me. I'm really on your team.
Now again,
Because that's the way it was before.
there will be a press conference with Trump and Netanyahu later today at 2:30 Eastern. Also, before that, we should have some video of President Trump and Netanyahu in the Oval Office.
Step back. Good or no?
No.
Find out.
You want?
Good.
Hold on,
Me is
let me
good.
get that video up.
I'll try to work with you a little bit.
How you?
Give me 1 sec.
Watch.
1 sec. Where is this thing?
Sorry. Sorry, Dan. Shit. You okay, Dan? I'm just kind of adjusting myself, that's all.
Basically, your check is when the RV goes up, right?
All right.
That's y'all's cue. And airport's dollars making when
Hey, what's that?
Let me turn down the audio a little bit so I can keep giving you updates here. We have the ticker up. We're waiting for Netanyahu to arrive. And we're bringing you live updates here. There's this other story where this appeals court, a U.S. appeals court, has rejected the Justice Department's request. And as of right now, the court system has ordered, the federal courts have ordered the U.S. to return a man from Maryland, a man who was living in Maryland and legally in the U.S., who was deported to that notorious prison in El Salvador, and the U.S. admitted in court, the federal government, that there was an error made. But the Justice Department has been arguing that they shouldn't have to bring him back. So I believe tonight is the deadline for him to be brought back on a court order, but I also believe that the U.S., the Trump administration is now taking it to the Supreme Court. So we'll wait and see what the Supreme Court says about that. That's a whole other story going on.
The last set here, they're taking your ribbon. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, so he's going to be up when he comes in?
So at present arms,
yes.
When the arrival happens,
yes.
He's got to go down.
Okay.
Once the vehicle is halted, right, all the flags start to go back to carry. Once the vehicle is halted, they'll be back up.
Okay, so
right?
basically when the Prime Minister gets out of the vehicle,
The flags will be back up. Correct.
Even so, possible one step to his left or what?
So look down real quick.
Oh, that's like 180 degrees. Seriously.
That's wonderful.
Much appreciated. Excellent.
Thank you, Bill.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, Boomer Wow, for your support. I appreciate it, Boomer Wow. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just checking a couple things here, checking for some updates. Sounds like there might be protesters. Maybe I don't know if there's protesters against Netanyahu, but I'm hearing maybe protesters outside the White House. In case you missed it, President Trump posted this earlier today. President Trump said today, I'm going to put it on the screen real quick for you. Oh, no, hold on a second. Actually, I'm going to wait. Because they're... All right, hang on. I'll put it up this way. Let's try. Let me. I don't want to turn off this video. So here, I'm gonna show you this real quick. Let's see if I can just get this on the screen quickly for you. Hold on a second. Look at this. There's stuff going on here. I don't want to cover this video. Hold on.
Just trying to get a little more rope here. Got a little tight.
Well, let's hope you don't see it.
Just give me 1 second here. I'm going to show you something. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I'll show you something right now in case you haven't seen it. In case you missed it, here is something from today.
It's a teamwork around here. I like it.
That's how the dream works, right?
Oh,
Teamwork. Yes. Sorry, I thought I was the only guy that said that. So you just
Really?
I'm the only guy. Okay.
give me one more moment. Here it is. It says, from President Trump, the United States has a chance to do something it should have done decades ago. Don't be weak. Don't be stupid. Don't be a panickin. A new party based on weak and stupid people. Be strong, courageous, and patient, and greatness will be the result. So he says, don't be a panickin. Our viewer, Jay Giebois, says, I'm a panickin. Here's what I need to do. I need to take 1 minute here. We're going to continue our live coverage of the stock market, of President Trump being visited by Netanyahu. He's going to do a press conference in a little later. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take 1 minute. I'm coming right back. I'm leaving the camera up. Just give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back, and we'll continue our live coverage in 1 minute. Okay. Thanks for your patience. As we wait for Netanyahu to arrive at the White House. Oh, hold on, where did the ticker go? We need the ticker. You got, the ticker isn't up. Hold on, let me get the ticker for you. I apologize. I need the ticker for you. One moment. What did I do here? I know what I did. I see what happened. Hang on, I apologize for this. I'm messing everything up. Okay, I think I just fixed it. I'm so sorry. You'll see it in a second. I'm so sorry about that. There. How long was that missing for? I really was it gone for a while? I apologize. There's been a lot going on. 3 minutes? Yeah, I during my break was it gone? I really apologize. Now we got it back. The Dow is down over 2% right now. And NASDAQ is down 1.3%. Russell 2000 down 1.5% basically. The S&P 500 is down 1.67%. Yes, there are. One of our viewers said the protesters are getting loud. Let me tell you a little something from AP. AP reports, undeterred by a stock market collapse that has continued for days, President Trump threatened additional tariffs on China today, raising fresh concerns that his drive to rebalance the global economy could intensify a financially destructive trade war. Trump's threat, which he delivered on social media, came after China said it would retaliate against U.S. tariffs that Trump had announced last week. Trump said today, if China does not withdraw its 34% increase above their already long-term trading abuses by tomorrow, April 8th, 2025, the United States will impose additional tariffs on China of 50% effective April 9th. He also said, additionally, all talks with China concerning their requested meetings with us will be terminated. If Trump implements his plans, U.S. tariffs on imports from China would reach a combined 104%. Not only could that increase prices for American consumers, says AP, it could give China an incentive to flood other countries with cheaper goods and seek deeper partnerships with other trading partners. All right, hold on. The camera's moving around here. I think Netanyahu might be close to arriving. Oh, no, it's zooming in. AP also says the fall in U.S. markets today briefly was reversed in the morning after a false report that Trump was considering a pause in his tariff plans. The frantic trading, which sent stocks spiking before plummeting again, showed how investors are operating on a hair trigger and are eager for any sign of encouraging news. We saw that earlier today. Stocks went up like 8% or something very fast when this false news spread. One of our viewers, Uncle Floyd GG, says investors are tweaking. Okay, we're seeing some movement here. We're seeing the flags come. I think Netanyahu might be just about to get there. The Dow is now down 2.5%. All right, look at what's happening here.
Ready? Out.
Our viewer Karl-Heinz Riedler thinks China is not going to play ball. One of our viewers said Iran talk. Maybe they'll talk about Iran and Gaza. Also, the U.S. is putting tariffs on Israel. They're probably going to talk about that. Could they announce some deal after? Could President Trump announce a deal today to take tariffs off of Israel? What do you think about that? I'm going to ask that question. I'm going to do a poll question. By the way, there's no reporting on this. I'm just asking it though. I know he likes to make big announcements. Might Trump announce lifting of Israel tariffs today? All right, so I am posting a poll. Will Trump announce lifting of Israel tariffs today? There is no reporting suggesting this will happen, but I'm going to post this poll anyway. Give me a second. I got to deal with this and post it. It's a little bit of a complex process here. Where am I even looking at? Getting all messed up. Here. Okay, I posted the poll on Twitch. Now, again, there is no reporting suggesting that Trump would lift the Israel tariffs today. I just figured I'd throw it out there. I'll post the poll on Facebook too. Takes forever. Okay, I'm posting it on Facebook right now. Okay, on YouTube.
So I've been told they're going to raise the flag to the parks now.
I'm going to tell you the results. On YouTube, I asked, will Trump announce lifting of Israel tariffs today? YouTube, it is 51% no, 49% yes. Wow, half of the YouTube voters think that Trump will announce a lifting of Israel tariffs today. That would make the market go up, I think. On Facebook, it's also 50-50. Wow. How about Twitch? On Twitch it is 59% no, 42% yes. 42% on Twitch. So a fair amount of you think that Trump will announce the lifting of Israel tariffs today. Thanks for voting in our poll. We got some movement here.
I move over, but just our flag comes really. If I move over that way, it's really blocking me out. No, but I'm saying that, but when the cars stop before Netanyahu gets out, they lift them up. Yeah. Okay. So I'm good. I hit the conversation with them.
CCCC thinks Trump will reduce it to 10%. I think it's 17%.
Flags go back up. I wouldn't trust the meeting.
Hey, Walter. I'm getting intermittent video. You can see.
So remember, tomorrow night at 12:01 a.m. Wednesday, so 1 minute after midnight tomorrow night, not tonight, tomorrow night, is when the big tariffs kick in on various countries, including China. So I am planning on doing live countdown tariff coverage, unless somehow there's some sort of lifting of the tariffs. But that will be really big. Dallas says tariff watch. Daniel Hunt says tariff get. The Personal Munchie says there's no way that they will be lifted. The 10% tariffs already kicked in Saturday. Will Elon Musk be there today? That's a good question one of the viewers just asked. Elon Musk has met with Netanyahu before. If I remember that right. I don't know if Elon Musk will be at the White House today. Our viewer Oregon guy thinks this is a buying opportunity. That's what Oregon guy says. And says this might be a market correction. Trucker Jim thinks we're going to go into a depression if the stock market keeps going down. That's what Trucker Jim said. Our viewer Tony Del Monte said when at the White House he was not happy with the version that was played of "We Are the Champions." Hey, look, what's going? Is there new news? Why did the Dow all of a sudden went up 1%? Is there some new news I missed? I'm not aware of new news. Zizu says big buyers maybe. Old Mordeem thinks it's a dead cat bounce. Why is a dead cat bounce called a dead cat bounce? I looked it up last night. I think it's something like the idea is you could drop like a dead animal and it would still, from a high height, and it would still bounce a bit, even though it's not alive. it's kind of a not pleasant thing to think about. Would it be a metaphor? Is that what it would be? Am I getting that right? I always forget. Yes, it's a metaphor. Still waiting for Netanyahu to show up. Bitcoin is at around 77,900 right now.
Gotta be close. No way in the world. He's in the Black House, right?
By the way, here's a little update on. You can see the Dow is now back down to just about 2%. Here's a little update on the story. Keep an eye on this story. I'm going to turn the volume down for a second. Here's a little update on the story about this man, about whether the Trump administration will return a deportee who they said was mistakenly deported to El Salvador, whether they will return him. So, the Washington Post says the Trump administration asked the Supreme Court today to block a lower court order requiring them to bring back a Maryland man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador. The emergency motion came after U.S. District Judge Paula Zenas gave the administration until 11:59 p.m. tonight to return Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, a Salvadoran immigrant who was married to a U.S. citizen. Abrigo Garcia has been detained at a mega prison in El Salvador since U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement deported him last month, despite a court order forbidding it because he had fled death threats from gang members in his home country. Trump officials have argued they have no power to return him because he's now in the custody of El Salvador. Judge Zenas forcefully pushed back on that assertion yesterday, writing that the federal government certainly does have the authority to return him, and that while Trump officials have alleged he is a gang member, they have offered no evidence to prove that. The judge also noted that the Trump administration is paying the Salvadoran government $6 million to detain Abrigo Garcia and other deportees. An agreement between the two countries says the U.S. officials will decide what happens to the detainees in the future. The judge also noted that the head of the Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, recently visited the Salvadoran prison, saying the jail remained a tool for U.S. immigration enforcement.
Ready?
So what's going to happen with the story? Will the Supreme Court change anything? If they don't, will the Trump administration comply with the court order? We'll have to see. Oh, thank you, by the way, to Moto Goyo. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm going to mention the other. I've been periodically mentioning the other major U.S. indexes. Thanks for reminding me. NASDAQ is down 1.5% roughly. Russell 2000 down roughly 1.5%. S&P 500 down 1.66%. Is that up to date though? Hold on. No. Well, that's roughly what it is actually. No. Russell's down 2.31%, NASDAQ down 1.51%, S&P 500 down 1.75%. Moto Goyo thinks NASDAQ is the best, or QQQ, our best to monitor in the afternoon evening session today. Thanks, by the way, to PZ Papa Zulu, who says, I voted for this. If countries had just watched one Trump rally, they would have known tariffs were coming. Thank you, PZ Papa Zulu, so much. Thanks to NewMac for your support, for being a member. Thanks, Ajis, for your support. Ajis. Also, thanks to Savage Beastie for the bits. Thank you, Savage Beastie. Thank you, Jazzy Renee, for subscribing. Thanks, Daredevil 2300 for the bits. Thanks, Posico for the bits, who says tariffs against us from Sweden is not nice. We are only 10 million people. What harm can we be doing? That's from Posico. Thanks, Grim07, for subscribing. And TechSprit. Shout out to our moderators, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn on Twitch. I got that fire, Matthew Kohai, 3 McBritches, Sarah and Certainly Dev, Linda Bell, Glary, and Misha over there on X. All of our YouTube mods. We've had Beth Mythical over there, Ruth Krafasi, Cynthia Moon, Janet B. All of our other YouTube mods. Oh, thanks also to A Little Bits for your support, who says, tariff China 200%, we need a global reset. Thanks, A Little Bits. Thanks also to Oliver Hernandez for the gift membership. So nice of you. Thanks, Oliver. Make sure you thank Oliver or somebody else if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Also, thanks to our Facebook moderators. Like Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Paul Anderson, thank you. Hope I got all the moderators. Remember, President Trump is scheduled to give a press conference with President Netanyahu, Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. It's supposed to be 2:30 Eastern. I don't know if it'll start on time, but he might be asked about the markets during that press conference. I would think he would be. Press conference canceled? Two people said the press conference was, I haven't heard that. Is that true? When did you hear that? The meeting is canceled? I hadn't heard this. Yes, breaking news. White House has canceled the press conference. Breaking news. Breaking news. Meredith McGraw, Wall Street Journal, White House has canceled the press conference with Netanyahu. Wow. What's that about? Guys, what is that about? Do I have the email from them? Breaking news. Well, I just saw it from Meredith McGraw of Wall Street Journal. White House has canceled the press conference. Well, the press conference is canceled for some reason. The White House announced it. They are going to appear in the Oval Office. So Shelby Talcott reports there will be an Oval Office appearance, and I assume we'll have video of that, okay? So, you know, frequently when President Trump and a foreign leader appear in the Oval Office, they'll take questions. So we might hear them take questions in the Oval Office. Molly Morgan says that's really weird. Look, this was on the official White House schedule today. I saw the schedule. That press conference was scheduled. Big event, right, at the White House? Not happening anymore. I'm looking at the White House email this morning. Yes, it was supposed to be in the East Room of the White House. The president participates in a press conference with Prime Minister Netanyahu. That has now been canceled. Wow, guys. Netanyahu's not there yet. We're still waiting for him to get there. This news just breaking. The White House announced that the press conference with President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu that was supposed to start in an hour and 15 minutes. I mean, maybe it would have started late. So this news is coming out an hour and 15 minutes before the start of the press conference, that they're not having it. Hey, thank you, Wendy Cook, for being a member. My anchor says this day is crazy. One of our viewers said they're going to attack Iran very soon. That's what one of our viewers thinks.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said hawk.
Yes, Chelsea, Netanyahu is still showing up at the White House and is still going to appear with him in the Oval Office.
Okay, so you're sorry, I thought you were actually saying there was something that was actually happening with regard to
the arrival.
No, the Oval Office meeting has not been canceled.
So you're saying
The
bird
Oval
actually has
Office
something to do
meeting
with
is
your
still
right?
happening.
Okay, all right.
Who's here?
I'm just on like alert to make sure I don't.
I have a. I'm a migratory bird.
Sure.
There he goes. He's coming back.
NY committee says they'll take questions instead at the Oval Office. Maybe they will. I don't know why they canceled the press conference. Normally, there would be both an Oval Office appearance and a press conference.
But you're right. Everybody's focusing on it now. People taking pictures of it.
That's what normally would happen. I'm hearing some sirens. No, I have seen no reports that the meeting has been canceled. All the reporting I've seen says the Oval Office meeting is still happening.
What's that?
That's some last minute schedule changing, though. We are bringing you live updates. I mean, there's some reason it was canceled at the last minute. I should put that up on the screen.
It is not. Nope. He wouldn't have stopped anyway, but it was also really raining hard, so. I was stressed. I just wanted to make sure that, I knew he was going to walk by. And I didn't want to
The meeting is not canceled, the press conference is canceled. So what's going to Barack Ravid says that they will answer questions in the Oval Office. Again, there's some sort of reason it was canceled. I don't know. Uh-oh. It says press conference. Okay, is Netanyahu coming right now? I think he's coming right now, guys. Get ready. Hey, thanks, Captain Jerry Donnelly, for your support. I really appreciate it, Captain Jerry Donnelly. All right, I think he's coming right now, Netanyahu. I'm hearing the protesters all yelling. One of our viewers says, I could hear protesters' background noise. Yes, you can.
My hand right here. If I need to move one out. Nice.
In case you missed it, there was supposed to be a press conference this afternoon with Netanyahu and Trump. That has just been canceled, the White House announced. We have no idea why. They are still supposed to appear in the Oval Office and take some questions there, apparently. But no idea why the press conference was canceled.
That would be very clever.
Oh, here he comes. Here he comes.
Mr. President, are you open to pausing tariffs? Have you been watching the markets today? Mr. President, will you discuss tariffs on Israel? Mr. President, have you seen the markets today?
All right. They just went inside. They just went inside. So soon they will appear in the Oval Office. Oops. All right, hang on. Let me get the full ticker up for you. So that was that. That was that video. Give me one moment. Let me get the full ticker up for you. I think we got it. Now I'm hearing volume on the ticker. Okay. We don't need the White House anymore. All right, we're bringing you live coverage. So Prime Minister Netanyahu got to the White House. For some reason, they canceled their press conference with Trump and Netanyahu. They're going to do an appearance from the Oval Office. I assume what they'll do is, I think what they'll do is have a meeting now, like in private. Then after the private meeting, they'll do like their Oval Office appearance. So I think that's going to be a little while before we see them in the Oval Office. Meanwhile, look, the Dow Jones is only down 0.75%. And give me 2 seconds here. As for the other indexes, NASDAQ is actually slightly positive, up 0.19%. Russell 2000 down minus 1.3%. S&P down like 0.25%. Why is the market going back up right now? That I don't know. I don't know why it went up a little bit in the last half hour or so. Anita Blackman says stock market isn't done. A White House Twitter account just posted this. Hold on. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this way. Give me a moment here. I got to fix something. This is annoying. Give me 2 seconds. Let's do it this way. So if we take this, we're going to get rid of this thing down here. Now we'll leave that up. We'll do it the way I was going to do it. All right, put that there, that there, that there. White House Twitter account just posted this. The message is simple for those who are ready to take a seat at the negotiating table and recognize that they will no longer be able to mistreat America. Please come and join us. For those who want to retaliate after years of ripping this country off, we will not bend and we will not break. So again, the White House is putting out some suggestions today that it's ready to negotiate. Sometimes President Trump speaks, or the White House says things. The Trump administration people say things which say that they're not going to negotiate. So I don't know what's going to happen still. And this is the post that they refer to is where President Trump said that if China doesn't lift their 34% retaliatory tariffs by tomorrow, Trump will impose 50% additional tariffs on Wednesday on China, which would combine with the 34% originally supposed to go on Wednesday. So we'll see what happens with that. All right, let me get the full screen Dow back. There it is. Miles B calls it extortion, plain and simple. I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe we'll do a poll question soon about it. Hey, thanks to Captain Underpants for being a member. And also Aaron McCune for being a member. And Corwin719, thanks for being a member. Also Angel Baby Max, thanks for being a member. Thanks again, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Thanks, Wendy Cook, for being a member. So we should have video of that meeting in the White House in a little bit. I think that's going to be recorded, honestly. That's the way they usually do the Oval Office stuff. The Oval Office stuff is usually recorded. And again, the press conference was canceled between Trump and Netanyahu. Barak Ravid reports that ahead of his meeting with Netanyahu, Trump held a phone call with the French president, Egyptian president, and Jordan king. A joint call, sounds like. Sorry, there's a little noise outside. I apologize. I'm in Lima, Peru right now. There's a little maintenance going on, I think, in the building. Okay, Elena Treen with CNN reports that the White House says a select group of reporters will have the chance to ask Trump questions in the Oval. She says the original press conference would have been open to far more reporters in the East Room of the White House. One of our viewers had sent me something. Hold on a second here. Our viewer, the name is in Hebrew, so I'm not sure how it's pronounced, sent me a report from Channel 14 Israel's Tamir Morag, who said a source told Channel 14 News that Netanyahu is supposed to take off for Israel tomorrow, but there may be changes if certain developments occur. And Tamir Morag, a reporter from Israel, says that he believes this refers to Iran, not necessarily an attack in the immediate time frame, but something is brewing behind the scenes. Some may be discussing something sensitive with Iran. I do not know. Thank you to Yervant Keshishian, who says, whatever is going on now is free advertisement for a market. People now will be more interested in start buying stocks. That's what Yervant thinks. Thank you, Yervant, for your support. Again, the Dow is down about 1% right now. NASDAQ is up 0.38%. Russell 2000 down 0.8%. S&P is about even for the day right now. I am not in my normal place where I would normally be streaming. I am in Lima, Peru. So I apologize for any kind of noise or whatever, or weirdness, technical weirdness we have. I am in Lima, Peru. Now remember, you know, like Asian markets were way down today. Stocks in Hong Kong, Hang Seng Hong Kong index was down, I think, over 13%. But I think a number of the Asian markets had not been open to react to the tariffs yet. Didn't we read an article that said that Taiwan was in a trading holiday, had a holiday, and they had not traded on Tuesday, Thursday, or Friday? So I think that you were getting reaction in Asia, at least from some of those markets, like total reaction because they hadn't had a chance to trade after the tariff announcement. One of our viewers asked about oil. Reuters says, you'll see in a second. Oops, what did I do here? I did something bad. You'll see it in a second. Oil prices slide 2% to nearly 4-year low as U.S. trade conflict fuels recession fears. Oh, there might be a video I can show you. Give me a moment here. Might have a video I can show you about this. Let's see. Reuters says oil prices slid 2% to a nearly 4-year low on Monday as worries President Trump's latest trade tariffs could push economies around the world into recession and reduce the global demand for energy. Both Brent futures and U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures are on track for their lowest closes since mid-April 2021. Goldman Sachs forecast a 45% chance of recession in the U.S. over the next 12 months and made downward revisions to its oil price projections. Citi and Morgan Stanley also cut their Brent outlooks. J.P. Morgan said last week that it sees a 60% of recession in the U.S. and globally. Let me see if I can pull up this video from this article. Hang on a moment. Give me a second. Should be able to. We got a video about the oil situation from the article. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Where is it? All right, let's check out this video from Reuters, if I can make this work correctly. Will this work correctly? I think it's going to. All right, there's the, you'll see it in a second. You'll see the video in a second. Here it is. Let's take a look. Hopefully you can hear it.
Oil slid 3% on Monday to its weakest level in 4 years. Brent futures and US West Texas Intermediate crude futures hit their lowest since April 2021. Both benchmarks have lost more than 10% over the last week. It follows a large drop in oil prices Friday as markets worry US-China trade tensions could cause a recession. They fear it could see a fall in demand for crude while OPEC Plus looks to increase supply soon. Oil prices are an important indicator for Russia's financial health. Here's Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov.
Of course, this is an indicator that is very important for us, very important for filling our budget. And of course, we are following the situation very closely, which is currently extremely turbulent, tense and emotionally overloaded.
Commodity markets, including metals, also fell. Base metal prices in China dropped, with copper on the Shanghai Futures Exchange falling 6%, hitting its lowest in more than 3 months. Gold climbed to a record peak last week, but later dropped amid a wider market sell-off. However, gold prices pared earlier losses Monday as some safe haven demand filtered through and analysts held an upbeat outlook for bullion. Investors are worried about the intensifying trade war between the US and China and its impact on demand for raw materials. Major stock indexes plunged as US President Donald Trump showed no sign of backing away from his sweeping tariff plans. Investors bet the rising risk of recession could see the Federal Reserve cut interest rates as early as May.
All right, there's a little report from Reuters there. Interesting point about how lower oil prices hurt the Russian economy. All right, hold on. Get rid of that. Put that up there. Keeney's our viewer Kenai. Kenai says just more threats as usual. We'll see. By the way, the Dow is almost even for the day now. I assume. Let me tell you about the other indexes here. NASDAQ is up I'll tell you. NASDAQ is up 0.77%. Russell 2000 down 0.62%. S&P 500 up 0.25%. Trish says every day is a new scare. Valor says this is bad. Maybe we'll do a poll question as we wait for Trump and Netanyahu to speak. Will Trump reduce tariffs on any country before Wednesday? And this could include, that's the poll question, this could include some agreement with a country, all right? So it could include an agreement. So Will Trump reduce tariffs on any country before Wednesday? How about will Trump tariffs be reduced? Be reduced, because that can include an agreement. All right, I'm asking right now. I just posted the link over there on, I just posted the poll on YouTube. Now I'm going to post it on Twitch. Oops. Then I'll post it on Facebook. Even if there's a deal with one country, I think that could make the market go up, because the market might anticipate deals with other countries. Oh, hold on. We're going to get some videos soon we're going to get Trump Netanyahu video soon. Hold on a moment. Let me get the poll posted on Facebook, if it actually works. And tell you about the polling results. Oops. Okay, so I said the question I was asking is, and for various reasons today, I'm just going to tell you the people. Normally I'll put it on the screen, but I'm just going to tell you what people said. I said, will Trump tariffs be reduced on any country before Wednesday, including a deal? It is split on YouTube, 49% yes, 51% no. On Facebook, it is 58% no, 42% yes. And on Twitch, it is 55% no, 45% yes. So some of you do think, a little less than half, think that there will be at least one country with less tariffs by Wednesday, through a deal or whatever. But more than half of you think no. I have no idea. We are waiting for it's going to be recorded, the recorded appearance of Trump and Netanyahu in the Oval Office. The press conference was canceled. I don't know why. D. Kimmel thinks Trump will back out of it. Thank you for voting in the poll, by the way. By the way, ultimately, on Twitch now, it is, will Trump tariffs be reduced on any country before Wednesday? Twitch is 61% no, 60% no, 40% yes. YouTube, 56% no, 44% yes. Sorry, YouTube, 51% no, 49% yes. Facebook, 56% no, 44% yes. Thank you for voting in our poll. The Dow is almost positive. S&P is up 0.4%, NASDAQ 0.9%. I think maybe, there have been a couple communications from the White House and President Trump today saying they're open to negotiation. And not saying, oh, we're not going to negotiate, we're definitely going to have these tariffs. Sometimes some of what Trump in the White House has said has suggested there's not going to be negotiations and that the goal is to get manufacturing back in the U.S. But others suggest there's going to be negotiations and they're open to maybe reaching deals. So who knows? But we will see and hear Trump and Netanyahu in the Oval Office at some point soon. I'm seeing an unconfirmed report about the EU. So I read you an article before about the EU wanting to negotiate, but also preparing a retaliation in case the negotiations don't work out. But I'm seeing an unconfirmed report about what they've proposed. Let me see if I can find more about that. Reuters reports U.S. Navy Vice Admiral Shoshana Chatfield, who holds a senior position at NATO, has been fired as part of what appears to be an expanding national security purge of top officials by the Trump administration. She is one of only a handful of female Navy three-star officers and was the first woman to lead the Naval War College. It is unclear if any official reason was given for her dismissal, or if it was related to any U.S. policy direction on NATO, says Reuters. I don't see, we might have, sometimes when these Oval Office meetings happen with Trump and other world leaders, sometimes before the video comes out of it, we hear reporting on it. Like with Zelensky, when that meeting happened, we were hearing reports of what was going on before the video actually came out. I don't know what's going to go on today. I don't know if we're going to hear reports about it today. I haven't heard any reports from press reports saying, oh, they're talking in the White House right now. But it's possible we'll get such reports, or we'll just get the video. I don't know. Nashville Lou says no spoilers today. We'll have to see. Kelly Meyer of News Nation said the White House is saying this isn't canceled, it's being moved to the Oval Office. Well, I can't confirm they said that, but that's false because there was already an Oval Office meeting scheduled. That was already scheduled. There was the Oval Office meeting and the press conference. So this was not a case where the press conference was moved to the Oval Office. This was a cancellation of the press conference. And at many of those Oval Office meetings, we've covered them. President Trump and the foreign leader will take questions. EU proposes 25% tariff counter tariffs on some U.S. imports. Again, we'll see if this actually happens. Here, let me show you. EU Commission proposes 25% counter tariffs on some U.S. imports, document shows. This is from Reuters. They say the European Commission proposed counter tariffs of 25% on a range of U.S. goods today in response to President Trump's tariffs on steel and aluminum. A document seen by this is not in response to all the tariffs. This is just in response to steel and aluminum tariffs. A document seen by Reuters showed the tariffs on some goods will come into effect on May 16th and others later in the year on December 1st. So these are not, that leaves a lot of time for negotiation. Bourbon was removed from the original list the commission was weighing in March. Supposedly, this is just in response to the steel and aluminum tariffs, which is different from the, a 20% tariff on the EU that Trump announced last week? By the way, NASDAQ is now up 1.25%. S&P 500 is up about 0.75%. The Russell is about even. Russell 2000. Dow is about even. We are waiting for Trump and Netanyahu to appear in the Oval Office and answer some questions. Maybe we'll get the video of that might be recorded. Michelle Batten says, seems like stocks going up and down. Today they have been. Well, in the US, not in Asia and Europe. Those were way down. Reuters reports China sovereign fund steps in to support stocks plunging on trade war. Reuters says China intervened today to support domestic stocks plunging on U.S. tariff woes. The Shanghai Composite Index in China lost 7% today in its worst day in 5 years. But the Chinese government basically stepped in to keep the stock market in China from going down farther, which they do sometimes. Central Huijin Investment, a unit of China Investment Corp., said in a statement it had added China-listed shares via exchange-traded funds and will continue to increase holdings to safeguard the smooth operation of the capital market. Huijin is one of several state-backed national team investors in China tasked with stabilizing the market in times of turbulence. Our viewer Marco Jojo Boss says USA will soon have the biggest economic boom ever. Reuters also says European shares close at over 14-month low as trade war volatility grips markets. Ooh. I might have another little video I can show you too.
European.
Oh, you'll hear it in a second, probably. Or I'll play it for you in a second. While we're waiting for the Netanyahu Trump appearance. Here, check it out. So you can see, in a second you'll see, I think you'll see, oops, I did that wrong. Sorry, I messed that up. European shares close at over 14-month low as trade war volatility grips markets. The pan-European stock 600 dropped 4.5% down for the fourth straight session. Major indexes closed down between 4 to over 5%. There's a little video here that goes with this. Let's check this out. Hold on.
European
All right, let's watch this. See what Reuters has to say about European stocks.
European shares plunged to a 16-month low early Monday. Investors sold off as US President Donald Trump showed no sign of backing down from his tariff plans. They are now grappling with the possibility of a recession. Traders also priced in interest rate cuts by the European Central Bank and Federal Reserve. The pan-European stock 600 slumped around 6% in early trade. Monday's fall comes after the index saw its steepest one-day percentage decline since the pandemic on Friday. Trade-sensitive Germany's benchmark DAX dove about 6.5% early Monday, and it was among the worst hit indexes. German bank stocks felt the pain, with Commerzbank and Deutsche Bank each down by a tenth. Arms makers had surged earlier this year on the prospect of higher defence spending, but they were also down Monday. German defence companies Rheinmetall and Hensoldt saw falls of over 10%. Meanwhile, Britain's FTSE 100 slumped over 4%, continuing its slide from last week. Monash University business expert Robert Brooks says there are good reasons for the global sell-off.
The first of those is the concern that, the global macroeconomic settings are going to worsen. We're going to be in a world of lower global growth, and we're going to be in a world of higher inflation for some economies. And I think the other reason why we're seeing such a strong market reaction is in part the policy uncertainty concern, because no one's crystal clear on where this is actually going to land in terms of the global trading arrangements.
Trump told reporters over the weekend investors would have to take their medicine. He said he wouldn't do a deal with China until the US trade deficit was sorted out, sparking a fresh wave of selling in Asian markets.
All right, so a little bit about European markets and the world situation there. Give me a moment here. Let me just get the... Did I do this right? There we go. Get the ticker back up there. Up, the Dow went down a little bit more since we were last checked. And I'm still waiting to show you, as soon as I get it, the Netanyahu and President Trump talking and taking some questions from the Oval Office. They did cancel for whatever reason, the press conference was canceled, but they will be speaking from the Oval Office and apparently taking some questions there. So that's coming up very shortly. I think very shortly. I have my eyes out waiting for it to start playing. As soon as it starts playing, I'm going to show it on the air. Will we hear some kind of big news from Trump and Netanyahu? I do not know. Our viewer Irish Sweetness says, money, money, money. Shin Chen says, the market doesn't look bad today. Well, the U.S. market is kind of flat at this point, roughly. But, I mean, European stocks, Asian stocks way down today, generally speaking. Thanks to Kevin L., our member. Thanks to Dark Crypto for the bits. Thanks, Ma Florida, for resubscribing on Twitch. Thank you. Bob Holtzman, our viewer, says the New York Stock Exchange would do great unless Trump opens his mouth again. By the way, Michael Horowitz, who I follow, just posted this from an official from the country of Jordan, who said the King of Jordan, Egypt's president, and France's President Macron held a crucial call with President Trump today to discuss two key global issues, the Gaza situation and the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. On Gaza, they emphasized the need for an urgent ceasefire, humanitarian aid, and a two-state solution to alleviate Palestinian suffering. On Ukraine, they stressed the importance of accelerating peace efforts to maintain international security and reliability, a united front for peace and stability in the region. That's coming from a Jordanian official. Says they talked about Gaza and Ukraine. It is now 2:10 p.m. Eastern Time. When there was a press conference scheduled, which is not anymore, it was going to take place at 2:30. Remember, don't sleep on this, the thing I have in the headline. President Trump has said today, if China doesn't lift their 34% retaliatory tariffs tomorrow, President Trump on Wednesday will put 50% new tariffs on China. Simp Nasty says, stop not sleeping on it. Miss Amy thinks, buy while you have the chance. Archu thinks Americans should do their Christmas shopping early in the year. Peter thinks a recession is inevitable. JBL thinks a two-states solution is finished. So it could be at any time now where, so about, what was it, about an hour ago? How long did Netanyahu show up at the White House? So I assume they're meeting right now, Netanyahu and Trump. And at some point soon, we should see some kind of video of them from the Oval Office. Who knows? Maybe Netanyahu and Trump will meet for hours. And then, I mean, you never know about the timing of these things. We could be here later this afternoon waiting for them. Cecilia said that he showed up 45 minutes ago. No, the press conference was canceled, not the meeting in the Oval Office. Who knows what's happening next? Who knows what will come next? Yes, as I said about 20 minutes ago, often with these meetings, as I said about 20 minutes ago, often with these meetings, they are recorded in advance and then we see the recording of it. I don't know what today will be. Meg Swede says Trump is on CNN. In what sense? How is he on CNN? Are they showing something? What are they showing? Are they showing something from earlier? Perhaps? Anyways, we're waiting for him and Netanyahu. Austin Batman says CNN is not showing anything of note right now. I am again planning on doing coverage of the tariff deadline, the countdown to the tariff starting. The 10% tariff is already in effect, but the countdown to the various higher tariffs starting, like the additional tariffs on China and so forth, and Vietnam and other countries. That's 12:01 a.m. Wednesday, so tomorrow night we will be doing live tariff countdown coverage. I don't have any big, huge updates right now. So taking a few comments, looking around for some updates. Let's see here. I Love Stamp says Netanyahu and Trump will probably Iran will be high on their list to talk about. What is this? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, what happened with that? Hold on. Did they switch their channel? No. One of our viewers said S&P 500 is up. Yes, S&P 500 right now is up about 0.5%. NASDAQ is up about 1%. Russell 2000 about even. Might see the Dow go positive in a few seconds. I just saw Trump. Netanyahu's been at the White House for about an hour right now. Why is the market getting better? I mean, I don't know if there's any news or, I mean, it went down a lot in 2 days. So at a certain point, it'll go down enough that people think that it should not go, that the value of the stocks shouldn't be lower than they already are. But I don't know. Mr. Clam thinks selling was overdone. As I said before, there's been things that Trump and the White House have said today suggesting that they're open to negotiations with countries. So maybe some of this is thinking that there'll be deals. History underfoot thinks it's stable at the moment, but not up. Our viewer, Dr. Starchberry, says it's just bringing more and more uncertainty. We'll stay on though for the appearance in the White House, in the Oval Office. Jonathan Sharp, our viewer, thinks that Trump and Netanyahu are speaking about Iranian war plans and the best attack methods. AP reports that Netanyahu and Trump are talking today. They say that they're going to, and part of what they're going to talk about is tariffs. AP says whether Netanyahu's visit succeeds in bringing down or eliminating Israel's tariffs remain to be seen, but how it plays out could set the stage for how other world leaders try to address the new tariffs. Interesting. Shortly before the meeting, the White House announced that Trump and Netanyahu's plans to hold a joint news conference had been canceled. The White House did not offer any immediate explanation for why, but was scrapped. But Trump and Netanyahu were expected to make comments to reporters at the start of their scheduled Oval Office meeting. Well, maybe they'll make it. I feel like they've already made those comments, but maybe I'm wrong. Sorry, I feel like they've already started the meeting and they haven't made the comments yet, but maybe I'm wrong. AP says Netanyahu's office has put the focus of his hastily organized Washington visit on the tariffs, while stressing that the two leaders will discuss major geopolitical issues, including the war in Gaza, tensions with Iran, Israel-Turkey ties, and the International Criminal Court, which issued an arrest warrant against the Israeli leader last year. Trump in February signed an executive order imposing sanctions on the International Criminal Court over its investigations of Israel. Trump and Netanyahu, says AP, are also expected to discuss Israel's hope for annexation of parts of the occupied West Bank, which the Palestinians want as the heart of their future independent state. An expert on U.S.-Israel relations told AP he expected Trump to use the tariffs as leverage to force concessions from Netanyahu. In Israel's case, those concessions might not be economic. Trump may pressure Netanyahu to move towards ending the war in Gaza, at the very least through some interim truce with Hamas that would pause the fighting and free some more hostages. Also, this expert told AP Trump is hoping to return from his first overseas trip, expected next month to Saudi Arabia, with some movement on a deal to normalize relations with Israel, which would likely require significant Israeli concessions on Gaza. Remember, in a preemptive move last week, Israel announced it was removing all tariffs on goods from the U.S. But the tactic failed, and with a 17% rate, Israel was just one of dozens of countries that were slapped with tariffs on Trump's so-called Liberation Day last week. Oh, hold on a second here. AP points out that the U.S. is a key trade partner of Israel, although Israel is a tiny market for U.S. products. The Manufacturers Association of Israel estimates that the tariffs will cost Israel about $3 billion in exports each year and lead to the loss of 26,000 jobs. Well, maybe they'll reach some kind of deal on tariffs today. You never know. Dow is now down 0.7%. Our viewer MK says where is it here, MK? MK says Trump forced concessions on an Israeli Prime Minister, LOL, the tail wagging the dog, and in this case, the tail wagging the Jewish lobby. Hey, thanks so much, TK, for your support. That's really kind of you, TK. Thank you. Sorry we don't have the video yet of Netanyahu and Trump. As soon as we get that, I'll play it for you. Richard Lynn thinks that the stock market will run up again between 3 and 4. Do you mean go up or go down? Our viewer Drumbeats by Sparkle thinks Trump has ruined trade forever. What if it's like a 3-hour meeting? Maybe they canceled. Maybe they canceled the press conference because they're going to have a 3-hour meeting. Kathy says probably not forever. History Underfoot says, are they waiting for markets to close? That would be a little while. Hey, the Dow is starting to go down a little more. For those who would like to know, Bitcoin is currently at roughly 78,500. Tesla stock is down about 3.5%, 3.25% today to 231.31. Sorry. Again, we are waiting for the video from the White House. Oh, hold on. AFP just put a little thing on the screen about the video. It says coming up. Wait a second. What do they have it for? Uh-oh. Oh, no. They had said it's supposed to be at 2 Eastern. But it says 2 Eastern and then delayed, but they did just put something, a little graphic up about it over there on AFP. That's encouraging. Sorry. Yes, it is 2:32. Eastern time. Cade in the Shade says, holding and buying, loving it. On the screen there, by the way, you see that green thing right here? That is where the stock market briefly shot up when some X accounts started posting that Trump was considering a 90-day pause on tariffs, which was a false report. It was non-big news outlets posting it. But then CNBC mentioned it and things went a little crazy. Megan Messerly with Wall Street Journal reports, with Politico, mentioned that Secretary of Treasury Bessent announces the U.S. officially is opening its first negotiations with one of its trading partners over tariffs. So Scott Bessent says the president has tasked me and the U.S. trade representative to open negotiations to implement the president's vision for the new golden age of global trade with the Japanese prime minister and his cabinet. That doesn't sound, that doesn't sound like he's committed in the long term to definitely keeping these tariffs on. But the Secretary of the Treasury just posted saying that the president wants him to negotiate with the Japanese prime minister and his cabinet. Hang on a moment here. Mason thinks that China will tariff back, meaning on the 50%. Remember, Trump announced that there would be 34% tariffs on China. China announced 34% tariffs on the U.S., and today Trump said if China doesn't lift those, there's going to be 50% more on Wednesday. So do you think China will announce more on their end? That's a good question. Oh, we are just still waiting. We are still waiting for the Trump-Netanyahu appearance in the Oval Office where they're supposed to take some questions, which I can see the opening graphic for it from AFP, but we don't have the video yet. That is what we're waiting for. The press conference got canceled. We don't know why. Thanks to Jeff Raim for subscribing on Twitch. So I'm waiting along with you guys. NASDAQ right now is up 0.67. S&P up 0.21. S&P 500, Russell 2000 down 0.18. Thank you, Massachusetts guy, who just gave out 5 gift subs on Twitch. That's so nice of you. Massachusetts guy. Make sure you thank Massachusetts guy if you get a gift sub from him. Thank you. Looking for other updates as well. I'm assuming they're still meeting right now. Netanyahu and Trump. Netanyahu got there, I forget what time it was. It was over an hour ago. Nippy Noodles says, has anyone seen speculation of why the press conference is canceled? I have no idea. I haven't seen anything from anyone I would consider reliable. Sorry, I'm yawning. My schedule was a little adjusted today. Got up early to cover the opening of the market. It's an hour earlier here. And my schedule's been kind of moving around because of the travel and everything. So, but I'll power through. I will power through so we can show you this appearance. Sean Hayes thinks the market is doing fine. Oh, thanks to Pete Hegseth, who donated on, it's not the real Pete Hegseth, who donated on YouTube. Then there was a jokey message post talking about times of an Iran attack mission. Thank you, Pete Hegseth, over there on YouTube for your support. By the way, Scott McFarlane reports that in the appeals court ruling today, so a U.S. appeals court rejected the Justice Department's request. A federal judge has told the U.S. they need to return this person from El Salvador, a person who was living in Maryland legally, who was from, I believe, El Salvador originally. But he had been deported to El Salvador, I think in March, and put into this notorious prison there. And then the U.S. government admitted in court that this was a mistake. And this federal judge, I think last week, ordered the U.S. to get the person back here in the U.S. by tonight, I think 11:59 p.m. And the U.S., the Justice Department asked an appeals court to overturn this ruling, or to get involved. But Scott McFarlane says the appeals court rejected that and also said the U.S. government has, this is what the appeals court said, according to Scott McFarlane, the U.S. government has no legal authority to snatch a person who is lawfully present in the U.S. off the street and remove him from the country without due process. The government's contention otherwise and its argument that the federal courts are powerless to intervene are unconscionable. So, reportedly, the Trump administration has asked the Supreme Court to do something about this. But I don't know how that's going to play out today, because the deadline is tonight. The court-imposed deadline is tonight. Will the Supreme Court come out with something new today about this? Yeah, Reuters says Trump asked U.S. Supreme Court to pause order to return man deported to El Salvador in error. President Trump asked the U.S. Supreme Court today to temporarily halt a judge's order requiring his administration to return by the end of the day today a Salvadoran man whom the U.S. government has acknowledged was erroneously deported to El Salvador. A judge has ordered his return by 11:59 p.m. tonight. Lawyers for the Justice Department say that this person is an alleged member of the criminal gang MS-13 and says he is no longer eligible for that protection, which a judge in 2019 had ordered that that person was not to be deported to El Salvador. There are no pending criminal charges against the man. He is married to an American citizen. So we'll see what happens with that. Fred Landgraf thinks El Salvador will do as they're told. I mean, you know, it's if the Supreme Court says today, nope, we're not going to overrule it, you have to return it, will the U.S. go along with it? Well, will the Trump, I mean, that'd be a constitutional crisis if the courts ordered something directly like that and the Trump administration refused to go along with it, but we'll have to see what happens. Still waiting for the appearance of Trump and Netanyahu. Hey, thanks to Jay Bagwell. That's really nice of you, Jay. Thanks so much for your support, Jay Bagwell. As we wait here. Griselda says, why is Netanyahu holding Trump up? Probably have a lot to talk about. Is J.D. Vance in the meeting, says Terry Rose. Good question. I do not know if J.D. Vance is in the meeting. Looking for my lip balm here. There it is. There was a lot of news in the first big part of this stream, but right now we're just waiting for that meeting. What is this? Reuters has a video of smoke rising over from a fire in Paris. Let me show you a little of this video here. This is interesting. I got to throw this up on the screen somehow. Let's see. I don't want to mess this up. Okay, that's there. I think this will work. I got some dramatic video for you. Oh, wait. Now you're looking at that. But now you can't see. Oh, no. No, you're not looking at it yet. All right, hold on a second here. Let's see if I can do this correctly for you. Hold on. I know what's going on here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. There. Here, let me show you the video from Paris for a second. Hang on a moment. That. Look at the video from Paris coming on your screen in a second. Wow. Live video from Paris. What's causing that? Reuters says cause of fire to be confirmed. You know, I'm seeing a post about this from 35 minutes ago. So this has been going on for a while. Oh, it's a sorting center. Well, there's an account, there's a popular X account called Info Francais, which claims this is a sorting center. I haven't confirmed that, but that's what they said. Let me look this up. I bet I can find this out for you. I follow some different French sources here. There's another account I'm looking at called Surfia, which I follow for France stuff. They claim that this is at a waste sorting center. Okay, so I have now seen a couple of accounts I follow for France news, claim that this is at a waste sorting center in the 17th arrondissement. All right, anyways. It is a big fire, but it is, again, my understanding from what I'm seeing is that it's at a sorting center, a waste sorting center. I figured I'd put that video up there for you guys. Up, the Dow is now down about 1%. We're still waiting for, do you want me to leave that video up there, or do you want me to get rid of the video? Do you want me to leave the video up there in the ticker in the corner, or do you want me to make the ticker full? What do people want? What do people want? Let's see. We'll see what people say. Well, if you say full, I don't know what you mean. You have to say specifically what your... Sarah says leave that up. So it's really split. Some people want me to leave the Paris video up, and some people want me to just make the ticker full. A bunch of people want me to leave it up. So for now, I'll leave it up. I'll just put up... live Paris. Fire in Paris. Unconfirmed reports. Fire is at waste sorting center. Okay. While we wait for the... Oh, the camera's moving. The camera just panned down. Oh, it's zooming in. Look at this video. Wow. Look at that video. Just zoomed in. But now you can't see the Eiffel Tower anymore. Now the Eiffel Tower isn't there. I can make it bigger though, I think. Can I do this? No, it's too big. Anyways, that is Paris, France. As we wait for the, so we'll keep that up posted while we wait for the Trump Netanyahu video that we've been waiting for a while. Because I don't know that they've actually done their public appearance yet. Maybe they're still meeting in private. Meanwhile, hey guys, the Dow has gone down some. The Dow is now down 1.2%. It was down over 2% earlier. Maybe even a little more than that today. It was at the start of the day. You could see in the chart there. Regarding the other indexes, the Russell 2000 is now down 0.4%. NASDAQ is now down 0.36%. S&P 500 down 0.6%. So we are seeing some selling as there's about an hour left in the trading day. And we're waiting for this statement we're waiting for this appearance of Trump and Netanyahu. Oh, what happened to the video? What happened to the video? Where's the focus? There we go. Check a couple things here. Let me check some of the other Israeli reporting I follow. You can actually see the burning down there at the bottom. Babalu says maybe do a poll on the Supreme Court decision. We might. We've done a couple polls today. Maybe we'll do a poll on that a little later. But thank you for the suggestion, Babalu. Now with these cameras, they can change the filters to filter, make it more bright or not. So right now, and I mean, France time right now is, I got to look this up, 9 p.m. So it's darker than that. Okay, I think the filter has been set to brighten up the picture. Yeah, and we're seeing that the Eiffel Tower is lightening up. So it's sort of, it's not that bright out, actually. If you're there, I think it'd be dark. But I think the idea was to show you the fire. Hey, thanks so much to Jonas from Sweden. Jonas Johansson. Thanks for your support. Hey, we got the Eiffel Tower back in the picture, though. Show you a little more of the Eiffel Tower. That video is from Reuters. Meanwhile, we are still waiting. Again, I think it's important to see what they say. We're still waiting for the public appearance of Trump and Netanyahu in the Oval Office where they're supposed to answer questions. That's not the press conference, which was canceled. That's the Oval Office appearance. Oh, I was going to check for some reporting from some Israeli reporters I follow. Hold on a second here. Uh-oh. That's a lot of zoom. Give me a moment here. I am looking at some Israeli reports, and I'm not seeing any big updates about the Netanyahu. Oh, there are. I mean, there are some photos. The Prime Minister of Israel's office came out with a couple photos showing them meeting, but not in the Oval Office. But for whatever that's worth. The Dow is now at 1% down. BFM TV, let's see what they have to say about the fire. It's a sorting center, yes. This fire is at a sorting center with 80 employees. That is according to BFM TV. So there you go. Fire at sorting center. There you go. Yeah, I don't know what there's on fire. Some people are saying batteries. What are we looking at? It literally says in the corner of the screen. Dow is now down 1.1. Meanwhile, S&P 500 down 0.5%. NASDAQ down 0.3%. Russell 2000 down 1%. Hey, are we going to see more dropping at the end of the trading day? Less than an hour left in the trading day. Rugman says it's a junkyard, probably tires burning. It's a waste, I believe it is a waste sorting center. Dexter thinks it's going to nosedive with 5 minutes left. I believe it's a waste sorting center where they would sort different types of waste. That's my understanding. I have no other reporting about the meeting. I-24 News's, that's an Israeli station, Amil Yurchi says, the Trump-Netanyahu meeting started with lunch. At this rate, it will also include dinner. Amy Clark says, let's hope they get things sorted out. Again, I am committed, because I think it's important, to showing you this video of we get of them meeting in the Oval Office and supposedly answering some questions. Oh, Lehav Kharkiv with J Insider says Netanyahu and Trump are having a one-on-one meeting now. But about an hour ago, Lehav Kharkiv said that Trump and Netanyahu were having lunch. So I don't know what's happening. Hey, the Dow is down. I got to make this bigger. Guys, the Dow is now down 1.43%. Going down, stocks are going down again in the last part of the trading day, at least for right now. NASDAQ down about 0.5%. S&P 500 down almost 1%. Russell 2000 down 1.35%. Thank you, Per Holstrand, for becoming a member. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot, for your support. Dennis St. Amour, thanks for being a member. Oh, I didn't thank Tallulah A. Bell. Thank you, Tallulah A. Bell, for your support. Also, Lowkey 1988, thank you. Maybe I'll move this over here. So it's probably better over here. Nope, that's not as good. I think we might get rid of the video from the fire. Do we want to keep the fire video up there? Hey, thanks, William Smith. I appreciate that. William Smith, thanks for your support on YouTube. Do we really want to keep the video of the fire up there? I'll do what you guys want. Shade thinks it's still too early to jump in. It'll drop farther. No. People are saying you don't need to keep it up there. No, all right, let's get rid of the fire video. We watched it. We're going to get rid of the fire video now. Oh, but now you can see the Eiffel Tower. What if I told you could see the Eiffel Tower in the video? Is that going to change your mind? Probably not. I mean, come on. I think we might in a minute go back to the full screen ticker. Okay, we're going to lose the fire video for now. We saw it, though. We're back with the full screen ticker as we wait for the Trump-Netanyahu meeting video. That is why I'm still on the air right now, is to show you that. It's been delayed by a while. They're still meeting. Hold on, it's about to go live. It's going live right now. Wait a second. I have it for you. Hold on, where is it? Let me get it on the screen.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to have a very, very special person. I've dealt with him for a long time, Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel. And we had lunch together, we had meetings together, along with his very capable...
I'll fix the video. Give me one moment.
And I think we've come up to some pretty good solutions and conclusions. And we'll be working a little bit after this, and then I assume you're going back home. This is a quick stop, in and out. But we appreciate you being here, and we are a friend of Israel, as you know. I would say that I'm by far the best president that Israel has ever even thought of seeing. And it's an honor to be so, and to be so thought of. Many friends in Israel. They are not in an easy area. It doesn't go easy, but we are helping them. And likewise, they've been helping us very much. And so we'll see how it all works out. But we had great discussions today, I think, on the obvious subject of Iran, and also the less obvious subject with respect to Israel, and that's trade. And I think the Prime Minister is going to tell you a little bit about trade and what they're doing for the United States. So I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
Benjamin, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Don. Thank you. Mr. President, I want to first thank you for inviting me again to the White House. You've been a remarkable friend of the State of Israel. You stand by us. You're standing with us. You are a great, great champion of our alliance. And you actually do the things that you say you do. And I think that people respect that enormously. I certainly do, and the people of Israel do. And I think the Jewish people do as well. We just saw your representative in the Department of Justice fighting anti-Semitism, standing up for Israel in international forums. I just want you to know from the heart, it's deeply, deeply appreciated. As you said, we had the opportunity to talk today about many subjects. First, if I can mention tariffs, it's a subject of some interest today. I can tell you that I said to the President a very simple thing. We will eliminate the trade deficit with the United States. We intend to do it very quickly. We think it's the right thing to do. And we're going to also eliminate trade barriers, a variety of trade barriers that have been put up unnecessarily. And I think Israel can serve as a model for many countries who ought to do the same. I recognize the position of the United States. It says, you know, we're allowing other countries to put tariffs on us, but we don't put tariffs on them. And you know, I'm a free trade champion, and free trade has to be fair trade. And I think that's basically the position that you've put forward, Mr. President. We are going to eliminate the tariffs, and rapidly. I had the opportunity to speak to Secretary Lookner yesterday. We talked about how we could effect this quickly, and I hope to bring the solution very quickly. We're not talking about intentions. We're not talking about just words. We're talking about results. And those results are going to come back. That's the first.
Thank you very much. It's very nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, what about the hostages deal?
Well,
what about the hostages?
Let him finish.
Didn't finish.
Okay.
Didn't begin. We spoke about not only the hostages, but about Gaza. The hostages obviously is a human story of just unbearable agony. I speak to the families. I spoke to them yesterday. Spoke to another one when I was in Hungary before I came here. I speak to them every day. They're in agony. The hostages are in agony, and we want to get them all out. Steve Witkoff was President Trump's very able representative, helped us get a deal that got 25 out. We're working now on another deal that we hope will succeed. And we're committed to getting all the hostages out, but also eliminating the evil tyranny of Hamas in Gaza, and enabling the people of Gaza to freely make a choice to go wherever they want. I mean, they should have that choice. And the president put forward a vision, a bold vision, which we discussed as well, including the countries that might be amenable and are amenable to accepting Palestinians of their free choice if they choose to go there. And I think that's the second thing that we discussed. But the hostages came right on top. We also discussed the situation in Syria. We've had neighborly relations with Turkey that have deteriorated, and we don't want to see Syria being used by anyone, including Turkey, as a base for attack in Israel. Turkey is a country that has a great relationship with the United States. The president has a relationship with the leader of Turkey. We discussed how we can avoid this conflict in a variety of ways, and I think we can't have a better interlocutor than the President of the United States for this purpose. And of course, we also discussed Iran. Look, we're both united in the goal that Iran does not ever get nuclear weapons. If it can be done diplomatically in a full way, the way it was done in Libya, I think that would be a good thing. But whatever happens, we have to make sure that Iran does not have nuclear weapons. That's the end of my speech.
Mr. President, what is your
We're having direct talks with. Wait. We're having direct talks with Iran, and they've started. It'll go on Saturday. We have doing a deal would be preferable to doing the obvious. And the obvious is not something that I want to be involved with, or frankly that Israel wants to be involved with if they can avoid it. So we're going to see if we can avoid it. But it's getting to be very dangerous territory, and hopefully those talks will be successful. And I think it would be in Iran's best interest if they are successful. We hope that's going to happen. And we had just a lot of good talks on a lot of things. I appreciate very much what you said about the tariffs. We've been ripped off and taken advantage of by many countries over the years, and can't do it anymore. We just can't do it anymore. We can't be the stupid people anymore. And it's all because of the people that sat in the seat right here. Not your seat, but this seat. They allowed things to happen to our country that they shouldn't have allowed to happen on trade and other things, many other things. I mean, look at what's happened with our last president, where he allowed millions of people to come into our country with an open border. Who would want an open border? How stupid is that? But he allowed millions and millions of people, and of the millions, and I think it was 21 million people, but let's say 3 of them were serious criminals, serious murderers and drug dealers and gang members and people from jails. All the jails emptied out right into our country, right along the open border on Mexico, generally the Mexico open. They came in from Canada too, by the way, a lot. But generally speaking, on the southern border. And what a shame it is that we are now working very hard to get them out, get the criminals out, get the murderers out, the drug dealers, the mentally insane, get them out. They dropped the mentally insane in our country too. And this was all done by the Biden administration. It's a disgrace that we have to work so hard. And then we have judges that try and protect these people. But they didn't protect us when the people were being let in. But to get them out is never easy with these people. So I think we're doing a great job. The border is the best it's ever been. It's even as strong as it was. I had a great, solid border. I think it might even be tougher right now and stronger. So people are coming into our country, but they're coming in legally. We have a legal process, and we have that moving along properly because we need people to come into our country. But we want people that can love our country and cherish our country. So that's where we are. And with that, any questions? Well, we're not looking at that. We have many, many countries that are coming to negotiate deals with us, and they're going to be fair deals. And in certain cases, they're going to be paying substantial tariffs. There'll be fair deals. As you know, I spoke this morning with the Prime Minister of Japan, and we had a very good conversation. They're coming. And I said, one thing, you're going to have to open up your country because we sold no cars, like 0 cars in Japan. And they sold millions of cars into our country. They don't really take our agriculture, a little bit of it just to keep us slightly happy, but they don't take what they're supposed to be taking. So we have a great relationship with Japan. We're going to keep it that way, but they're coming in to meet, and other countries are coming in. With China, as you know, against my statement, they put a 34% tariff on above what their ridiculous tariffs were already. And I said, if that tariff isn't removed by tomorrow at 12 o'clock, we're putting a 50% tariff on above the tariffs that we put on. So they've gone for years. They've become a rich country because of people, again, that were in the White House that allowed this to happen. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year they'd make on us on trade, and it shouldn't be that way. And I have a great relationship with President Xi. I hope it's going to stay that way. I have great respect for China. But they can't do this with just, we're going to have one shot at this, and no other president's going to do this, what I'm doing. And I'll tell you what, it's an honor to do it because we have been just destroyed, what they've done to our system. You know, we have $36 trillion of debt for a reason. And the reason is that people allowed it to get that way. So we'll be talking to China. We'll be talking to a lot of different countries. And I think, you know, if we can make a really fair deal and a good deal for the United States, not a good deal for others. This is America first. It's now America first. And we didn't put America first. We put America last. The people that were in the Oval Office put America last, and we're not going to stand for it. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Two questions. Do you expect any of these deals to be made before April 9th? And secondly, there have been some mixed messages from your administration. You're talking about negotiations, and yet others in your administration are saying that these tariffs are actually permanent. What is the actual?
Well, it could be. They can both be true. There can be permanent tariffs, and there can also be negotiations because there are things that we need beyond tariffs. We need open borders. You know, we almost had a deal with China where we're going to open up China. It was almost done. Some of you remember it during my first term, and it was very disappointing. We ended up making a great deal. $50 billion worth of product was sold. $50 billion. You'd like that in Israel. And I made that deal, but it wasn't the deal that I wanted. It was the deal that I wanted was that plus they were going to open up China so that our companies could go into China and compete with other countries and China for the, you know, for a large number of people. And at the very end, that deal was terminated, and we went to a piece of the deal. And so there are a lot of things outside of tariffs, but tariffs are very important. But there are a lot of things like opening up countries that were totally closed. China's essentially a closed country. In fact, it is a closed country. And what they do is they charge tariffs so that if you sell cars or if you sell anything, nobody's going to buy it because the price is out of control. But that's true with a lot of other countries also. So We're going to get fair deals and good deals with every country, and if we don't, we're going to have nothing to do with them. They're not going to be allowed to participate in the United States.
Mr. President,
Hold it. Just relax. We have time. This gentleman is all day long.
Mr. President, many of thank you.
Go ahead.
Hang on. Literally, the White House video just paused. This is the White House video. All right, hold on. It's the White House video right now. Are they having an issue with the White House video again? This is... Look, it's the same issue. It happened again with the White House, resuming shortly. This happened a few days ago with the White House video. It's not me. It says, resuming shortly. What's going on, White House?
Maybe talk about it for a second, because a lot of people are asking. The Houthis, we've been very tough and very successful militarily. We've really damaged them badly. These were people shooting down ships and other things, by the way, flying objects like airplanes. And we've put a major hurt on the Houthis, which nobody's been able to do. We've really hit them hard. And
oh my gosh,
and
they're having problems with their signal.
night after night. And we've gotten many of their leaders and their experts. They're experts on missiles. I mean, they actually make missiles. Nobody thought that. But they make missiles. They're highly sophisticated and they're very tough. But they've been very badly damaged. Nobody else was able to do that but us. Pete, you want to discuss that, please?
Yes, sir. It's been a bad 3 weeks for the Houthis, and it's about to get worse. It's been a devastating campaign, whether it's underground facilities, weapons manufacturing, bunkers, troops in the open, air defense assets. We are not going to relent. And it's only to get more unrelenting until the Houthis declare they will stop shooting at our ships. And we've been very clear at the Iranians as well. They should not continue to provide support to the Houthis, and that message has been made very clear. So we have a lot more options and a lot more pressure to apply, and we know, because we see the reports, how devastating this campaign has been in them, and we will not relent.
We have a great military. There's no military like our military. And despite Biden having given a lot, but nevertheless a pretty small piece, but it was a lot of our military away in Afghanistan, and one of the dumbest situations, I think, and maybe the most embarrassing situation we've ever been involved in. That short period of time in Afghanistan, what a disgrace that was. But left a lot of our military behind. Left. You see them in their annual parades, where they're parading trucks that are armor plated and different things that they can't. But it's many billions of dollars we left behind. But despite that, we have a tremendous military. That was a very small portion, because we rebuilt the military during my first term, and we have great things happening with our military. We also essentially approved a budget which is in the facility. You'll like to hear this, of $1 trillion, $1 trillion, and nobody's seen anything like it. We have to build our military, and we're very cost conscious, but the military is something that we have to build, and we have to be strong, because you got a lot of bad forces out there now. So we're going to be approving a budget, and I'm proud to say, actually, the biggest one we've ever done for the military. We're cutting other things that were under DOGE, but under a lot of other. When you look at a woman getting $2 billion for environmental, and it had nothing to do with environmental, and they had $100 in the bank, and they give her $2 billion. Many of those cases, all that stuff is going to be cut out. But we are getting a very, very powerful military. We have things under order now, the likes of which we've never had before. We've never had the kind of aircraft, the kind of missiles, anything that we have ordered. And it's in many ways too bad that we have to do it, because hopefully we're not going to have to use it. But the military is very, very powerful, and it's going to remain that way. Yes, Queen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask you about Iran, because this is the first time we hear that the U.S. is having a direct contact with the Iranians. Is it possible to give us some more information? At what level is the U.S.
High level, very high level, yeah. We're dealing with the Iranians. We have a very big meeting on Saturday, and we're dealing with them directly. You know, a lot of people say, oh, maybe you're going through surrogates or you're not dealing directly, you're dealing through other countries. No, we're dealing with them directly, and maybe a deal is going to be made. That would be great. It would be really great for Iran, I can tell you that. But hopefully, we're not going to have to get into that. We are meeting very importantly on Saturday at almost the highest level, and we'll see how it works out. Please.
How do you ensure, Mr. President, that these tariffs don't drive U.S. trading partners into the hands of the Chinese?
I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. If they want to be in the hands of the U.S., they don't want to be in the hands of the Chinese. And the Chinese have turned out to be really not very good at that. People that are with us, they're with us. But we cannot be taken advantage of any longer. I used to watch these deals for years. I've been talking about it for years. You know, I've been talking about it for 35 years, how our country is being ripped off. I mean, 30 years ago it was Japan, then it was something else, then it was another group, then it was China. China's doing the best job of it, frankly. And it's just not going to happen. Not going to happen.
The EU has said that they have offered 0 for 0 tariffs on cars and industrial goods. Is that not enough?
Well, the EU, no, it's not. The EU has been very tough over the years. I always say it was formed to really do damage to the United States in trade. That's the reason it was formed. It was formed with all of the countries from Europe, I guess most of them, not all of them, but most of them. And they formed together to create a little bit of a monopoly situation, to create a unified force against the United States for trade. So they have NATO, which is largely the same countries, and they took advantage of us dollar-wise and militarily until I got there. You know, I was able to get $600 billion from NATO, where they paid NATO because most of these nations weren't even paying. We were paying for NATO, so we're paying them to guard them militarily, and they're screwing us on trade. So that's not a good combination. So now it's really turned around. It's the opposite, and the European Union's been very bad to us. They don't take our cars, like Japan in that sense. They don't take our agricultural product. They don't take anything practically. And yet they send millions of cars in a year, Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, BMWs. They're sending millions and millions of cars into the U.S., but we don't have a car that's been sold to the European Union or other places, but let's go for the European Union. And it's not going to be that way. It's got to be fair and reciprocal. It's got to be fair. It's not fair. We have a deficit with the European Union of $350 billion. And it's going to disappear fast. And one of the reasons and one of the ways that can disappear easily and quickly is they're going to have to buy our energy from us because they need it. They're going to have to buy it from us. They can buy it. We can knock off $350 billion in 1 week. They have to buy and commit to buy a like amount of energy. And we have that. You know, we have more energy than any country in the world. I don't know if you know that. He knows everything, but the one thing he may not know, we have more energy than any country in the world. We have more of every kind of energy, every form of energy, from oil and gas to coal. And people talk about, I call it beautiful, clean coal. As you know, Germany is opening up a coal plant a week. They tried the windmills and it didn't work. They tried all the other solutions and they were ready to go out of business. Now they're doing a coal plant a week. China is now up to 2 coal plants. They're opening 2 major coal plants every single week in China, all over China. And then we're not allowed to use coal. Well, we have clean, beautiful coal more than anybody else. We have oil and gas more than anybody else. We have the most energy of any country in the world, including Saudi Arabia, including everybody, by a lot. And I took it to number 1. We were number 3, and I took it to number 1 during my administration. And the reason that we were hurt so badly and the reason that we went into such incredible inflation during Biden is energy. It was also their bad spending, but energy, because they played around with this incredible thing that we had built, this administration had built, and the energy costs went through the roof. And when that went up, everything else followed. Now, if you look at what's happening, you're going to see this today. I said we're going to try and get groceries down, right? An old-fashioned term, but a beautiful term. Eggs. So when I got in, the press went absolutely crazy the first week. They said, eggs have quadrupled in price. I said, I just got here. Tell me about it. And Brooke Rollins and our team did a great job, and eggs are down now 79%, and they're all over the place. And this was a problem that somebody else would have taken a long time to cure. We have energy is down. We have interest rates are down. We have groceries, meaning food is down. We have everything is down at levels that nobody ever thought possible. Energy looks like it's going to be in the $2.50 a gallon range, and maybe below that for a car. So for gasoline. So we're really doing amazing. I mean, we're cutting prices because prices got so high people couldn't live. I mean, the prices for groceries, the prices for standard groceries, standard things were going through the roof. They couldn't live. And now those prices are coming down. So call them groceries, but that's down, energy's down, and interest rates are down. Everything's down. And the interest rates, the beauty there is when we refinance debt, you know, debt's become such a big factor in this country. We're going to start paying debt off with tariffs and other things. But it's such a big factor because the interest rate's so high. Well, now that's coming way down. So our budget's going to look a lot better because interest costs are way down. And I guess I've done that. Okay.
Many Israelis are watching you now on live show.
Good.
What is your specific
I hope they like
way of getting the hostages out from the horrific captivity?
Yeah, we are trying very hard to get the hostages out. We're looking at another ceasefire. We'll see what happens. But we want to get the hostages out. The Israeli people want the hostages out more than anything. They want the hostages out. This man is working very hard with us to do that. I mean, I don't know. I hope he's being appreciated because he's been a great leader. He's working very, very hard on the hostages and many other things. And there are plenty of things you have to work on. It's a tough place in the world, isn't it?
I have a good partner.
Yeah, you do have a good partner, and so do we. We're working very hard on the hostages.
If you're going to negotiate a new deal with Iran, can you elaborate how it's going to be more effective than the JCPOA?
Well, I can't really say that, but I think it'll be different and maybe a lot stronger. But they were so happy when we made that first deal because we did get a lot out. You know, I had people right in this office, this beautiful Oval Office. They came in, 10 people, hostages, you know that. And I said to them, so how was it? And the stories they told me, I mean, as an example, I said to them, was there any sign of love? You were there, 10 people. It's only 10, but it's pretty representative. Did the Hamas show any signs of, like, help or liking you? Did they wink at you? Did they give you a piece of bread extra? Did they give you a meal on the side, like, you know, you think of doing? Like would happen in Germany, would happen elsewhere. People would try and help people that were in unbelievable distress. They said no. I said all of them. I said, did they ever wink at you like, you'll be okay? You're going to be okay? No, they didn't do that. They'd slap us. The hatred is unbelievable. And the lives, you know, they lived in a pipe, not really a tunnel, it was a pipe. And they always thought they were suffocating. They were going to suffocate. And then they'd open up the pipe, and it was like 3.5 feet high. This isn't, you know, we hear tunnels bad, but pipes are worse. And the stories I heard were incredible. But I just said, was there any sign of potential love or affection? And there were none whatsoever. It was amazing to me. There was nothing like, here, take this, it's a little extra meal or something. They lived like hell. I don't know. They seemed to be, they were amazing to me because they seemed to be pretty normal. They weren't scarred, but I guarantee underneath they have to be scarred. And one was there for 356 days. Another was there for about 180 days, you know, a long time. These are people that have been really, really horribly treated. I've never seen anything like it, actually. I was very surprised to hear the answer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are there 2 or 3 countries that are on your list that you feel are farther along in getting their tariffs lowered?
I think there are many that want to get rid of tariffs right now. European Union, I mean, as badly as they've treated us, they've brought their car tariffs essentially off. I guess they brought it down to 2.5, and I hear maybe to nothing. But it's not only tariffs, it's non-monetary tariffs. It's tariffs where they put things on that make it impossible for you to sell a car. It's not a money thing. They make it so difficult, the standards and the tests. They drop a bowling ball on the top of your car from 20 feet up in the air, and if there's a little dent, they say, no, I'm sorry, your car doesn't qualify. When the same car from Germany or anything would dent likewise. Unless you can have an army tank, it's going to dent. So they come up with rules and regulations that are just designed for one reason, that you can't sell your product in those countries. And we're not going to let that happen. Those are called non-monetary barriers. They make barriers that are so tough that it's impossible to qualify. So tariffs are a big part of it, but there's another big part of it, and that's barriers. They also do something else. They manipulate their currency, and they drive it down. They want to have low currencies. It sounds better to have a high currency, a strong dollar or whatever, but they bring their currency down, and when it competes with our currency, it's very hard to sell a tractor. It's very hard to sell product because their currency is low and ours is much higher relatively. And so it makes it very hard. I speak to a lot of companies that do business, tractor companies, and they say it's so hard to sell because what they've done is they've lowered the yen or they've lowered the yuan or they've lowered their currency, so that it's very hard to compete. We don't want that either. So we have a lot of things that we're talking about, but we're going to fix it properly, and it's going to be fair to everybody. And in the end, I think we're going to have a world that does a lot better, but they have to respect the United States. And nobody but me would do this. Nobody but me would do this. It would be nice to serve, a nice, easy term, but we have an opportunity to change the fabric of our country. We have an opportunity to reset the table on trade. We lose billions of dollars. We lose close to $2 trillion a year on trade. We lose $1 trillion a year to China. $1 trillion. We lose hundreds of billions of dollars a year on trade to China. We lose hundreds of billions of dollars overall, probably close to $2 trillion. Why would we do that? Number one, why would we do that? And then you have to say, is it sustainable? Then you hear about all of the people that say, well, deficits, if we have a deficit with the country, or if the country has a big surplus with us, like China has a massive surplus, that they take and they spend on their military. Well, we don't want that. I don't want them to take $500, $600 billion a year and spend it on their military. I don't want them spending money on their military. And I shouldn't have to spend money. We shouldn't have to spend it either. Because, hopefully, and I said this to President Xi, hopefully it's money that we're never going to use. In other words, because we're not going to use those incredible weapons that we have and that they have. We don't want that. So it's going to be very interesting. It's the only chance our country will have to reset the table. Because no other president would be willing to do what I'm doing or to even go through it. Now, I don't mind going through it because I see a beautiful picture at the end. But we are making tremendous progress with a lot of countries, and the countries that really took advantage of us are now saying, please negotiate. You know why? Because they're getting beaten badly because of what's happening. They're getting beaten badly. They're being devalued as countries. But it's the only chance we're going to have to reset the table on trade. And when we do, we're going to come out unbelievably well. We're going to have a strong country economically again. And we're going to have those factories that are empty all over the United States. We've lost 90,000 plants and factories. Think of this, 90,000, you wouldn't think it's possible, 90,000 plants and factories since NAFTA, which was, by the way, the worst trade deal ever developed, ever had by any country anywhere, NAFTA. And I terminated NAFTA. Everybody said it would be impossible. And I terminated it through Congress. We terminated it. You had to get it through Congress. It was a trap. It was a horrible thing. And we got it done.
Looks like the White House having an issue again.
The problem is they cheat. They cheat like crazy. Canada cheats, Mexico cheats, just one of those things. But we are resetting a table, and we're going to have great trade. and we're going to have a very strong country. Our country is going to be at a level that has maybe never been, or maybe, our country was the strongest, believe it or not, from 1870 to 1913. You know why? It was all tariff-based. We had no income tax. Then in 1913, some genius came up with the idea of let's charge the people of our country, not foreign countries that are ripping off our country. And the country was never that kind of wealth. We had so much wealth, we didn't know what to do with our money. We had meetings, we had committees, and these committees worked tirelessly to study one subject. We have so much money. What are we going to do with it? Who are we going to give it to? And I hope we're going to be in that position again.
Do you plan to reduce the tariffs that your government put on Israeli goods, 70%?
On where?
On Israeli goods, the 70%. Do you plan
Well,
to
we're
reduce
talking about a whole new trade. Maybe not. Maybe not. Don't forget, we help Israel a lot. We give Israel $4 billion a year. That's a lot. Congratulations, by the way. That's pretty good. But we give Israel billions of dollars a year. Billions. It's one of the highest of, and we give a lot of countries money. You wouldn't believe if I said we give Afghanistan a lot of money. Do you? Because that was a Biden deal, another Biden deal. Not only did he embarrass us with that, but they give them billions of dollars, Afghanistan, right? So, but no, we take good care of our friends, and we don't take care of our enemies. We're not taking care of our enemies anymore, but we do take care of our friends.
The IDF is fighting again in the Gaza Strip. I myself might be called up in a month. Do you think that's the way to pressure Hamas to get to a deal? And do you think blocking humanitarian aid is also an effective pressure?
Well, you know how I feel about the Gaza Strip. I think it's an incredible piece of important real estate, and I think it's something that we would be involved in, but having a peace force like the United States there, controlling and owning the Gaza Strip would be a good thing. Because right now, all it is for years and years, all I hear about is killing and Hamas and problems. And if you take the people, the Palestinians, and move them around to different countries, and you have plenty of countries that will do that, and you really have a freedom zone. You call it the freedom zone, a free zone, a zone where people aren't going to be killed every day. That's a hell of a place. It's you know what I call it, a great location that nobody wants to live in, because they really don't. And when they have good living, real living, where Hamas and all of the problems they have, the level of death on the Gaza Strip is just incredible. And I've said it. I don't understand why Israel ever gave it up. Israel owned it. It wasn't this man, so I can say it. He wouldn't have given it up. I know him very well. There's no way. They took oceanfront property and they gave it to people for peace. How did that work out? Not good.
Is the immigration, sorry, Mr. President, is the immigration?
Hang on.
Which immigration?
From Gaza. From Gaza.
All it is a concept that I had that I think is good, and now people are copying it. Maybe do you want to tell? People are talking about the Trump plan. Gee, why don't we do that? Would you like to answer that question?
I think what the president talked about is, first of all, to give people a choice. Gazans were closed in, and any other place, including in arenas of battle. I mean, whether it's Ukraine or Syria or any other place, people could leave. Gaza was the only place where they locked them in. We didn't lock them in. They're locked in. And what is wrong with giving people a choice? Now, we've been talking, including over lunch, about some countries, I won't go into them right now, that are saying, if Gazans want to leave, we want to take them in. And I think this is the right thing to do. If you give, it's going to take years to rebuild Gaza. In the meantime, people can have an option. The president has a vision. Countries are responding to that vision. We're working on it. I hope we'll have good news for you.
I will say, people really do love that vision. It's a long-term vision, but so importantly is to have that be a safe field, because you're right smack in the middle of the Middle East. You're right along Israel. It should have never, ever been given away. It shouldn't have been given away by Israel. I don't know why they did it. I mean, I do know why, because they were promised peace, but that didn't work out too well, because It's one of the most dangerous pieces of land anywhere in the world. Gaza is one of the most dangerous places in the world. So they gave it away for a good intention, and it didn't work out that way. And a lot of people like my concept, but you know, there are other concepts that I like too. And there's some concepts I don't like. You know what I don't like? The way it is now. Because right now it's a dangerous death trap, Gaza. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Can you talk a little bit about your potential meeting with Vladimir Putin? Do you still plan to meet with him? Could that happen in Saudi Arabia? And maybe you could elaborate as well a little bit on not providing tariffs on Russia, sir.
So the reason we're not talking about tariffs with Russia is because we're not doing business essentially with Russia because they're in a war. And I'm not happy about what's going on with the bombing because they're bombing like crazy right now. They're bombing. I don't know what's happening there. That's not a good situation. So we're meeting with Russia. We're meeting with Ukraine. And we're getting sort of close. But I'm not happy with all the bombing that's going on in the last week or so. Horrible. It's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing. In terms of tariffs? Look, we've been ripped off and taken advantage of for 40, 50, 60 years. And the reason we got ripped off and the way they did it was tariffs. They would charge tariffs, massive numbers of dollars. And when you look at China, when I took over, it was at $507 billion they were making. I call it making. A lot of people say, oh, it doesn't mean anything. Having a surplus means a lot, in my opinion. It's almost like a profit or loss statement. And when I took over, it was $507 billion that China, this is originally, first term. And we were very, very tough on them because they were taking that money and they were building a military with it. Then when Biden came in, he let them get away with murder. He had no idea. I'll tell you what, that man had no idea what was happening, whether it was the border or China or anything else. He had no idea what was going on. And they went wild. China went wild. And the money they make is ridiculous, okay? It's just not going to happen. And hopefully we'll get along with China. If we do, that's great. And if we don't, that's okay too. But we can't let that continue because that's an abuse. They abused the poor people that sat in the seat. That poor Biden, he was abused by them. They took advantage of him. And I'm surprised, you know, they have smart people. They were radical left lunatics, but they're smart. I'm surprised they'd allow that to take, you know, to happen. But we are going to bring great trade, and we're going to be fair to other countries. And I will say this, virtually every country wants to negotiate. If I didn't do what I did over the last couple of weeks, you wouldn't have anybody wants to negotiate. We would have gone to these countries, you want to talk? And they were, well, we don't want to talk. Now they're coming to us. They're offering things like even Bibi, and this is unrelated because it's a different kind of a relationship, but he started off our conversation today that he's cutting all of the tariffs, he's cutting everything, he's going to get down to a free base, he's going to do things that, in all fairness, other countries, if they said that, would have never even thought about doing it. Now they're offering things to us that we would have never even thought of asking them for because they're experiencing a lot of hurt. And the hurt is that they've taken advantage of us and we finally fought back. Tariffs will make this country very rich. We're rich anyway, but we're rich in a certain way. We have $36 trillion in debt. I want to get rid of it. And we can do it quickly with proper deals. So when countries don't allow us to sell our product, but we allow them to sell their product, when they charge us massive amounts of money for the privilege of going into their country, those days are over. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Sir?
Me?
Yeah. He sounds so
Thank
surprised.
You, Mr. President. On Iran, two questions, please. First, you can give us more details about where the meeting on Saturday is going.
I can't tell you that. I can just tell you there's a major meeting going on between us and Iran, and that'll take place on Saturday, and it's at top level.
And second question about this. A lot of people think that those talks are not going to lead anywhere because the Iranians will never give up their nuclear
think that's a possibility too.
If diplomacy fails, is the United States, under your leadership, ready to take military action to destroy the Iranian nuclear program and remove this threat?
I think if the talks aren't successful with Iran, I think Iran is going to be in great danger. And I hate to say it, great danger, because they can't have a nuclear weapon.
So is that a yes?
You know, it's not a complicated formula. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's all there is.
So
Can't have it.
Ready?
Right now we have countries that have nuclear power that shouldn't have it, but I'm sure we'll be able to negotiate out of that too as part of this later on down the line. But Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if the talks aren't successful, I actually think it'll be a very bad day for Iran if that's the case. Yeah.
Mr. President,
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, was October 7th the death blow of the two-state solution, and would you consider classifying the Palestinian Authority as a terrorist organization for its continued pay-for-slay terror financing payments?
So October 7th was a horrible day that some people, they deny it. Now, I can't believe they deny it from the standpoint of that they do it because they think it's good politically. But I've seen the tapes. I've seen things that you don't want to see. October 7th was a horrible day, and it will go down as one of the really bad days in the history of the world. It was a horrible, horrible thing that happened. And they grabbed some of these people. I'll give you an example. When I was with the 10 hostages a few weeks ago, I said, so how many are there? 59. I said, oh, so 59, so we can get 59. They sort of knew the territory pretty good. And I said, how are they doing? They said, well, only 24 are living, the rest are dead. And these are young people largely. Young people don't die. You know, young people have an amazing ability to live. They can live through horrible things. But these are young people. And when they said that 24 are living and the rest are dead. And, you know, I've had parents come up, Israeli parents largely. We have some Americans, and I guess we have one left. Alex, we have the one left. But I've had Israeli parents come up to me at events and say, my son is there. I said, well, how's he doing? Well, he's dead. But would you do me the biggest favor ever? Could you bring his body back home? They talked about a young dead boy and a young dead girl like they were living. And that could have something to do with religion. That could have something to do with, I guess maybe any parent would be, but I was surprised. They said, sir, my son is dead. It is just as important to bring that body back home. I asked that question as if he were alive. So you have a lot of them dead, and we'll be able to bring them back. But it's a horrible thing that's happened. These are largely young people. Some old ones too, frankly. And those people have lived in hell. When they came off, the second group that came out, they looked like they just got out of a concentration camp. They looked exactly like the pictures that I'd see from the 1940s, the concentration camps. And then they got a little bit better, you know. But that second group, those people came out, and I said, this is unbelievable. We're going back into a chapter in history that is one of the worst ever. It's really very bad. Okay?
American manufacturing fully up to speed in response to these tariffs. What happens in the meantime?
Well,
Should Americans be prepared potentially for years of disruption?
We have now $7 trillion. Think of this, $7 trillion of commitments from companies wanting to go in, from Apple to many, many companies.
But that takes time.
Many from Taiwan. What?
It takes time to
Of course it takes time. Well, are you asking me a question or are you telling me? Yeah, it takes time. You know, you got to build a thing called a factory. You have to build your energy. You have to do a lot of things. I'm giving them energy. You know, we're going to let them build their own power plants. They'll be their own. Essentially, they're going to be in charge of the power plant because our power is not reliable enough. You have a grid that's old and susceptible to a lot of things, including bombing and weather and a lot of other things. And we're going to give them record timing in terms of approvals of electric plants. Most of them want to build electric plants. We need massive amounts of electricity if we're going to compete with China and others. And interestingly, we're way ahead right now in the AI race with China. But the way we lose that race is if we can't give them electric. But we have more plants being built. We have everything. We're doing so great. And we want to keep it that way. And tariffs will be an important part of it. But one of the other things, Lee Zeldin's doing a fantastic job, head of environmental protection. And he's doing very rapid approvals for people to get, for big companies that are going to build a plant that's going to cost billions of dollars, and we're going to get them their approvals. They have to be environmentally perfect, everything good, but they're going to be in record time, a matter of months versus a matter of many, many years. Okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, Lisa Rosowski from Haaretz. Turkey claims it will stabilize the situation in Syria.
Turkey?
Yeah. Israel doesn't want Turkey to influence Syria. What do you think? Do you think Turkey's influence in Syria can actually make it a better, more peaceful country, or vice versa?
Well, I have great relations with a man named Erdogan. Have you heard of him? And I happen to like him, and he likes me, and I know the press will get very angry. He likes Erdogan, but I do, and he likes me, and we've never had a problem, and we've gone through a lot, and we've never had a problem. We've always got, as you remember, we got our minister back from Turkey. You remember that? And this was a big deal at the time, and we got him back. And I told the prime minister, I said, just, Bibi, if you have a problem with Turkey, I really think I'm going to be able to work it out. You know, I have a very, very good relationship with Turkey and with their leader, and I think we'll be able to work it out. So I hope that's not going to be a problem. I don't think it will be a problem. Now, with that being said, I believe it was Turkey, and I said that to him. I said it. I said, congratulations. You've done what nobody's been able to do in 2,000 years. You've taken over Syria with different names, but same thing. I said, you've taken it over. He's taken it over through surrogates. He goes, no, it was not me. I said, it was you. But that's okay. You don't have to say, well, it sort of maybe was me. Okay. But what he did, look, he's a tough guy, and he's very smart. And he did something that nobody was able to do. You know, you got to hand it to him. Any problem that you have with Turkey, I think I can solve. I mean, as long as you're reasonable. You have to be reasonable. We have to be reasonable. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. That was the Oval Office appearance of President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. Most of the speaking was done by President Trump. We'll take a few comments from you. I will say, by the way, just so you can see it there in the corner, the Dow Jones ended up down about almost 1%. NASDAQ ended up about even for today. S&P 500 down just a little bit, 0.25%. Russell 2000 down 1%. Oops. So that's what happened with stocks today. Here's what I noticed. Lots and lots of talk about negotiating with other countries. Barely any talk about tariffs being permanent, about no, we're not going to negotiate them, about how this is a long-term move to get manufacturing jobs back to the U.S. Now, he mentioned that a little bit, but it really just, we kept hearing from that appearance again and again and again, and we've been hearing this from the White House today, to negotiations. So I don't know what's going to happen. The tariffs, the 10% tariff, baseline tariff already is in effect. That came into effect Saturday. The tariffs like on the different countries, like the 17% on Israel and the 34% on China, plus I guess the 50% extra now, that's supposed to come into effect tomorrow night, Wednesday at 12:01 a.m., tomorrow night. So I don't know what's going to happen with these tariffs, because to me, if you listen to him today, he just kept talking about negotiations. And he even said something like, you know, these countries wouldn't be negotiating with us like they are right now if I hadn't done what I did. So that makes it sound like it's not a plan to have the tariffs on long term, that the tariffs are all just a negotiation tool. That's the impression I got from what Trump was saying today. Now, at other times, he has said something different than that and said that the plan is to keep them on for the long term, so it forces manufacturing to be moved back to the U.S. I don't know what's going to happen, but there's not a lot of time for negotiation before the start of the tariffs, of the higher ones, because that's, tomorrow night at 12:01 a.m. Wednesday morning. So I don't know what's going to happen. We don't know. One of our viewers, I'm Puff Puff, said, we don't know, do we? That's true. We don't know. So that's just the impression I got, though, is you kept hearing today negotiations. That's what you kept hearing today. You kept hearing negotiations. So we'll see what happens. I don't know what's going to happen. He said a lot of countries are asking to negotiate. Zelgeth says he failed to mention anyone new that was negotiating. Well, he did say lots of countries are asking to negotiate. That's what he said. I don't have specifics for you. So are we going to have a bunch of deals with countries before the deadline, which isn't about what? About 32 hours or so? Could there be an extension of the tariff deadline? He was asked about pausing the tariffs. I think he said something like they're not really interested in doing that, but who knows? Who knows? So I don't know what to tell you about this with the tariffs. I don't know where it's going. Oh, by the way, real quick, I just want to mention, the Supreme Court of the U.S. temporarily paused this. There was a deadline of, I think, 11:59 p.m. tonight for the U.S. to return a man who was legally residing in the U.S. in Maryland, but he was deported to this notorious El Salvador prison, I think in March, and then the U.S. later, the federal government later acknowledged that there was a mistake made and he wasn't supposed to be sent to El Salvador, and a federal judge had ordered the U.S. to bring him back by 11:59 p.m. tonight. Well, this has made its way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said, here, I'll show you, if I can get this on the screen for you right now. U.S. Supreme Court decides man deported in error can remain in El Salvador pending further court action. So the court's going to rule on this, but the deadline of tonight is no longer in effect because the court is, you can see here, Reuters says, the U.S. Supreme Court temporarily halted a judge's order requiring President Trump's administration to return by the end of the day a Salvadoran man who the government has acknowledged was deported in error to El Salvador. The Chief Justice Roberts, acting on behalf of the court, paused an order by a U.S. District Court judge that the administration return him by the end of Monday. The court's action, called an administrative stay, gives the justices additional time to consider the administration's more formal request to block the judge's order while litigation in the case continues. So eventually the court will rule on this one way or the other. But while they're pondering their ruling, or figuring that out, the deadline has been delayed. Okay? Just to let you know. I don't know how quickly we're going to get a ruling from the Supreme Court on this, but just to update you on that. Okay. We'll take a few comments on the Trump Netanyahu appearance. And what do you guys think are going to happen with tariffs? We did a poll earlier about whether you guys thought that maybe we'll do one more time. I'll say, will any tariff deals removing tariffs be announced by deadline, which is tomorrow. The deadline is tomorrow night. I mean, it's 12:01 a.m. Wednesday. I'm going to see what you guys say about this. I'll post this poll question. Give me one moment here. Oopsie. I have to post it on all the platforms. Okay, it just got posted on Twitch, and I will post it on YouTube as well. On Facebook as well. It's posted on YouTube. Who knows? He could say, he could say, well, we're in negotiations, we're getting close, so I'm pausing it for 30 days. He could say it. It's up to him. He's done similar types of things before. It's basically what happened with TikTok. He paused that for 75 days. He just did that. I'll show you what you guys said. We also don't know, like, if there's no deal with China tomorrow, let's remind ourselves of this. If there's no deal with China tomorrow, China, as of 12:01 a.m. Wednesday, as I understand it, China will have an additional 84% of tariffs put on it, which would be huge. So what's going to happen with that? I have no idea. Okay, here's this. Let's see here. Hold on a second here. All right, let me show you what you guys said about this. I'm pulling it up on the screen right now. Oopsie. Hold on. On YouTube, here is what people said. Where am I here? Where am I? Oopsie, this got messed up here. Hold on. The vote on YouTube is 56% no, 44% yes. %56 of you think no deals. 44% say there'll be one or more deals. On Facebook, it is 67% yes, 33% no. And on Twitch, pretty similar to YouTube over there on Twitch. %53% no, 47% yes. So you're split. A few more of you think that it's going to be no than yes. I have no idea. Jesse's girl thinks this is ridiculous, yes. Yes, Ara Moon said that Trump said China has to remove their 34% retaliatory tariff. I honestly have no idea what's going to happen. But again, Trump has done this kind of thing before. It's certainly an option that he calls some sort of last-minute pause to the tariffs, and he says, we're negotiating and we're getting close. We're going to be covering it tomorrow night. Assuming, if it's still happening tomorrow night, we're going to do countdown coverage. We're going to be doing live countdown coverage. Rebecca Falsetto says, I think the deal will happen at the very last moment. Oh, thanks for voting in our poll, by the way. Okay. Hang on a moment here. I want to mention this again. People sometimes write to me with questions about the modding. Maybe they're not sure about why they got timed out or something like that. Please first write to the moderators directly. There's contact info for all the moderators. All the platforms have it. You can talk directly to them. They are the best ones. I can't, I'm doing the broadcast, so I don't know what happened at 3:57 p.m. with your particular issue. So the first people to contact are the moderators. They will discuss it with you. They're happy to talk about things with you. And they're going to be able to better handle it than I can. So please message them first and raise any kind of questions or concerns. Please talk to them about it first. Just ask them. They will give you their contact information. There's a message. There's an email or link for each of the platforms. I feel bad, though, because sometimes people email me in the middle of the stream. It's like, well, I can't do anything about this right now. I'm doing a stream. And then even after, I don't know the specifics about what happened. So please reach out to them first. If you have questions after talking to them, feel free to contact me. But I don't want to ignore you. But that's really the best way for you to get answers and for you to raise your concerns. And again, afterwards, if you want to talk to me after talking to the mods, then message me. And they can look into your, hold on a second here. And then they can look into your issue. All right, hang on a moment here. All right. Guys, I think it's our time. I'm going to eat something. We're going to have more news to report. And who knows what's going to happen with these tariffs. I certainly don't. But we have a deadline of tomorrow night. (12:01 a.m. Wednesday). I really appreciate you guys joining for our live coverage. Thanks for bearing with me since I am in Peru, doing the broadcast from here while I'm here. So I know it doesn't look and sound exactly like it does when I'm at my normal studio. So I appreciate you guys being here. And I appreciate your understanding. And if there's some huge news tonight, we'll come on the air and cover it. But I really appreciate you guys watching, and thanks for watching and commenting and sending me updates and letting me read your comments on the air and all that. We'll see where all this is going. I do not know. We have, again, about 32 hours or something until the big tariff deadline. Will we see will the tariffs take effect? Will it be delayed? Will there be deals with some countries? In 32 hours or so, will we now have will there be 84% of new tariffs on China? Got to see. Raven Knight says 32 hours and counting. Yeah, it's actually less than 32 hours. All right. Hey, really appreciate you being here. Subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And also make sure you turn the notifications on, because who knows when big news is going to happen. We can come on the air at any time to cover more news. If you want to get a notification sent to you every time we go live so you don't miss a stream, we have a free notification system. It's awesome. It works great. It's really reliable. It's on we do it through Discord, and easy to sign up. Our mods will post a link where you can sign up for the free notifications. I would suggest doing that. And also, you can find the notifications link in the description of this video on Facebook and YouTube. So sign up for those. And I will post updates about the news on my X account, which is @Lookner. Oops, you can follow me there, @Lookner on X. That's where I post breaking news updates when we're not on the air, and sometimes when we are on the air. So follow me over there for breaking news, @Lookner. Let's shout out our moderators. I really appreciate all of their efforts. They're the reason why we can have chat rooms. We couldn't have them otherwise. They are keeping the chat rooms civil and respectful, and I appreciate so much all of their efforts in the chat. Big thanks to our mods. For example, over there on Twitch, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Surly Dev, all of our other Twitch mods who've been there, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, our YouTube moderators, huge thanks. Beth Mythical, Sabrina, Cynthia Moon, Ruth Krafasi, all of our other mods over there on YouTube, thank you. Did I say Linda Bell Clary and Misha on X? I think I did, but thank you. And also over there on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, all of our other mods there. Thank you so much to all of our moderators. Hopefully I didn't miss any of them. Hey, thanks to everybody who donated too. That's super nice of you. You are the ones who keep this channel on the air with your support. So very much appreciate all of your support. I think I thanked everybody. Let me just make sure. I might not have actually. Sometimes I forget. Yes, I owe a couple over there on Twitch. Oh, I messed up. I didn't thank John Deeds. Well, I couldn't thank because it was during the Trump announcement, so during the Trump net appearance. John Deeds, thank you so much. And three-letter, is it three-letter Onan on 3? I think, or three-let Ronan on 3. Thanks for your support on Twitch. And thank you also to Pete Hegseth, who's not really Pete Hegseth, over there on YouTube for your support. Thank you. And our member, How to Make Life Successful. Thanks for being a member. Thanks, Ellie Lassetti, for your support on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you to our member, John. Thank you, Dave Wilson. Dave thinks it's odd that Greenland is not on the tariff list. Technically, it's part of Denmark, though, right? How does that, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how that would work with tariffs. If you wanted to tariff Greenland, would you have to tariff Denmark? And Denmark is on the list. I mean, it has autonomy, but it's part of the Kingdom of Denmark. So I don't know how that works. It's a good question. I'm not going to get into it right now. I don't even know how much does UF has significant trade with Greenland. I'm just looking it up here. I found one website, oec.world, that claims that there was in 2023. I can't even tell who's exporting what. I think it's saying Greenland exporting to the U.S. $27.8 million and stuff. I don't know. I can't tell. You go to oec.world and look it up yourself. Anyways, I'm not going to get into it right now. It's an interesting question. Thank you, Ruben Peters Fumo, for your support. Thank you so much. Also, Ricky Como for being a new member. And Da Watchman for being a member. Thank you. William Smith, thanks for your support. Thank you, William. I wasn't caught up with my thank yous. I apologize. I missed, well, I owed some from when Trump was speaking. But thank you so much. That's very kind of you. If you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks to all of your support. For all of your support. Very much appreciated. Also, we have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. The Agenda Free TV Discord chat. Check it out. It's free. The link is the same as the notifications link. So check that out if you'd like. And big thanks to our Discord mods for all you do as well. Also, a reminder, another good way to find out when we're live is to follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. Oops, there we go. At Agenda Free TV. Right there. I post when we're going live. I post updates about the channel. You can follow over there. And a reminder for those people who watch us on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to keep informed about when we're live. And to do that, though, it's a little bit funky. Where is it here? So, if you want to turn on notifications, you got to subscribe first on YouTube, and then you click the bell, the notifications bell, here, and then you choose all notifications, like that. That's for the YouTube notifications. Hey, I also want to shout out I should have done this before. I apologize. This is my fault. I should have done this before. Next time. Our subscribers over there on Facebook, for example, hang on. Erin Van S, Robert Rial II, Rita Evans Lang, thank you. Sorry for, I should have done this before. Jennifer Ellers, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, thanks for subscribing. All of our Facebook subscribers. Lou Green, Eve Richards. Thanks, Facebook subscribers, for supporting the channel. Sharon Klassen Goslin. And our Twitch subscribers, shout out to you as well. I should have shouted you out earlier. My bad. Wall Street, Shaggy, Matthew Kohai 3. Next time I will. Sarah, Annie Cush, all of our other subscribers over there, thank you. Matthew Kohai 3. Also our YouTube members. Thanks to our YouTube members. People like Loki and J.K. Sinar, Eric Johnson, Jimmy ZNJ, John, T.J. Adams, Ali C., Asta, Bjorn's daughter, Ricky Como. You know, I saw an interesting, I think it was Catherine Watson who I follow said this. It was interesting. So Netanyahu and Trump were going to do a press conference today, and they ended up canceling it. I'm not sure why. They did take a bunch of questions. Well, he took a bunch of questions in the Oval Office. But Catherine Watson made the point that he might have asked more questions. There might have been more questions directed towards Netanyahu if it were a press conference, not the Oval Office. I don't know. But, I mean, most of the talk in the Oval Office was done by Trump. I thought that was interesting. J.K. Sinar, Tyler, Guy, 97, thanks for being members. Cogito, thanks for being a member. Numo. I think it's Numo. My screens are small here, so I have to make it a little bigger. Let's see. Thanks for being a member. Oh, no, Nunuk. Nunuk. It's not Numo, it's Nunuk. Jerry Kovac, Raina Hood, TJ Adams, Bama Fan, Loki, Ali C. Jimmy ZNJ, CAC 813. Thanks to all of our other members too. The Ringa. All right, guys. Again, I appreciate you joining us for our coverage today. If there's big news later, we'll come on and cover it. And big tariff deadline tomorrow night, specifically 12:01 a.m. Wednesday. President Trump said today they're not looking to pause the tariffs. We'll have to see. Something's got to give. Either the tariffs got to get paused or lifted, or there need to be some sort of deals announced, or we're going to have the new tariffs. One of those things has got to happen. Oh, and a reminder, I do have a personal channel where I've been doing some streams from here, from Peru. It's called Lookner on YouTube and Looknerd on Twitch. So you feel free to check that out if you want. Here's what the YouTube channel looks like. Here it is right there. Lookner on YouTube, Looknerd on Twitch. Have been doing some Peru videos. Thanks, Bernie C. Watched last night. Thank you. We did a walk last night. That was fun. All right, guys. Thank you, Braden Co. for watching. Anna, Loki. Gina Pina, our subscriber. Thank you. Trisha Liderson, thanks for watching. Audrey Burbank. Kristen McConnell Gates, thanks for subscribing. Paula Thompson, thanks for watching. Ann Spencer. Jamie Rowland. Matthias. Joseph Wynn. Seaman. Lego Mike, thanks for watching. Rebecca Falsetto, thanks for being a member. Howie M. Natalie Lott. Okay, guys, we are wrapping this up now. We're doing it. We're wrapping it up. So again, thank you so much for watching the coverage right now, today. More coverage soon. We'll see what happens with this tariff deadline. If it still looks like there's going to be tariffs, we'll do countdown coverage tomorrow night. All right? So that is it for now. Thank you for watching. Thank you again, mods. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.